Hello everyone and welcome to the course. I'm very much excited to have you learn with me in this course on Adobe Illustrator. Now in this lecture, we're going to be learning about the interface and the tools of Adobe Illustrator. We are simply going to be brushing our knowledge because this is not a beginner course. Okay, this is not a beginner course, so we are not going to be learning very basic things. This course is meant for intermediate and advanced learners, and it's more of a build up to the beginner course we have on Adobe Illustrator. If you're coming from that course, then you're going to find most of the things we'll be covering in this lecture familiar, okay, because we covered them in the beginner course. So it's basically the interface and the tools of Adobe Illustrator. If you're not coming from that course, it's still fine. You can continue with the course as far as you have some basic knowledge of Adobe Illustrator. Okay, if not, I will advise you to go and take that course. That's the one for the very basic learners. Okay, that's people who are very new to Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so I'm going to kind of assume that all of us taking this course have kind of a beginner knowledge of Adobe Illustrator, kind of a basic, very basic knowledge of Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so in order to start now, I'm going to create a new document like usual. Okay, now whenever you open Adobe Illustrator, this is the first interface you see. Okay, with here having some presets which you can choose from, with here having you being able to create a new document, open an existing document, and then you seeing your previous works here. Okay, your previous works here. So what am I going to do now? I'm just going to, let's say, create a new document. Okay, and then I'm just going to choose this common. I'm going to choose this one, this common. Okay, now the size is 1366 pixels by 768 pixels. Okay, and then the color mode is RGB. Okay, we have RGB, we have CMYK. The color mode is RGB, and then I'm just going to click create, and this is now our file. Okay, this is the artboard, and then this is the artboard, of course, created in the size we've selected. Now I'm just going to, of course, brush through the whole thing because I'm assuming you have a beginner knowledge of what Adobe Illustrator is. Okay, of Adobe Illustrator. So of course, this is the file where you create a new document, or you open an existing document, you save as, you place. That's basically importing. Then you export and do a whole lot of things. We have edit, we have objects. Okay, these are just the menus. Okay, so this is the menu bar, and then we have here, which is the Windows menu. Now in the Windows menu, of course, we know that the Windows menu takes care of the panels of the interface, okay, and then the workspace of the interface. So we can kind of activate panels here. We can kind of that's panels being features. Okay, we can kind of activate them and deactivate them, and we can kind of choose from workspaces. Okay, so when we come to workspace, for example, we have the essential, and it's going to just edit the workspace to the essential. Okay, then we have the automation, we have the layout, we have the painting, for example. Now this is what we get with the painting. Okay, it activates the brushes, the stroke, the symbol, and many other panels, the color panel, the color guide tool, and so on and so forth. And then we have the properties here. We have properties here. Okay, and we also have a properties panel. For example, if we come on Windows and we choose workspace and then Essentials Classic, we are going to see the properties panel here. Okay, your Essentials Classic would probably have libraries here. Okay, so in order to make mine just like yours, I can just come in Windows and reset Essentials Classic. So it's going to take it to the initial way it was. What I did was I had to just remove these libraries, and then I brought layers to this point, okay, to this place, okay, so that I have layers here instead of libraries. So you have to note that whatever you create, or you select rather, on your workspace, you're going to have properties relating to what you've selected. If we don't have any selection, we're going to have properties related to our artboard. Okay, our artboard. Now, so now we have no selection. There is the document units, which are in pixels. Okay, we can have them in points, in picas, in inches, in feet, and so on and so forth. Then we have the number of artboards, which is 1. We can have multiple artboards. We can edit the artboard. Okay, and it's going to select the artboard tool here, which we can use to move, to resize our artboard, to kind of duplicate. We can just hold Alt and kind of duplicate the artboard to have a copy. Okay, so that when we now come, we see that we have 2 artboards here. Okay, so we have the number of artboards. We can select artboard 1, we can select artboard 2 here. Okay, and then we can edit them. Okay, and we can kind of navigate between them using these icons here, these buttons here. Now, of course, we have the rulers and grids, we have the guides, the snap options, and so on and so forth. I'm assuming you, in one time or the other, have come in contact with these options, so going through them again and again and again will not be needed. Okay, so that's it for the windows. Now we have many other panels, we have many other features in Adobe Illustrator which we can activate here. Okay, which we can activate here. For example, let's say the brushes. Okay, some of them are just docked here, and then when we click on them, we have them opened like this. Okay, we have the color, and then the color guide. We have the swatches, we have the brushes, the symbols, we have the stroke, we have the gradient, the transparency. Then we have the appearance panel, we have the graphics styles. Then we have other ones like the asset export, the artboards. Okay, then we have this other one which says comments. Okay, but to me, I'm not going to be using it, kind of, so it's kind of just unuseful for me. Yeah, these are some of the panels we'll be working with. And of course, we are going to be working with a lot of other panels in the future. Okay, so let's come to tools. Let's come to tools. By your left hand side, of course, we have the tools in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so there are a lot of tools in Adobe Illustrator, and we looked at a lot of them in the beginner course. Okay, and of course, if you have some sort of experience with Adobe Illustrator, you definitely have used a number of tools, a lot of tools. Okay, you definitely have used tools, so I'm very sure you know what tools are. Tools are used to do things. Okay, so like this, the selection tool, we use it to select our objects, okay, and kind of move them around in the work area. Okay, so we kind of move them around in the work area. We have the direct selection tool, which is used to select points. So you can select the point and you can move the point. Okay, we can use the curve, the edge curve tool here or icon here, and just kind of edit the angle or the curveness of the angle. Okay, you can use this tool to select the anchor point. Now, when you come here to this point, you see edit toolbar. Okay, so now we have here opened, and we can see all our toolbars here. Now all of them are activated. That's why you see them in this kind of gray faded out style. Okay, so all of them are activated. Why is that? Because we are in the advanced toolbar setting. Okay, so this is the advanced toolbar setting where all the toolbars are activated. When you come to basic, we just have a few of them, so we can see some of them are activated, some of them are not activated. Okay, so that's basic and advanced toolbars. And we can also kind of create our toolbars. Okay, so we can have a new toolbar, then we can call it my toolbar. And then okay, now we then have our toolbar here, our new toolbar here. Now we can now add tools to our toolbar. Let's assume we are drawing, and then we have specific tools which we want to use. Okay, which we want to use. So let's see, we have this guy, we just drag it here. Okay, you can see that now it's now grayed out. We have this guy, which is a direct selection tool. We drag it there, or we can kind of just drag it on here in order to kind of create this kind of drop down menu where you can select between the two of them. Okay, so that's one thing we can do. So we have other tools here which we can add to this toolbar. Okay, we also have this icon here where we can choose basic, advanced, new toolbar, and so on and so forth, and then manage toolbars, right? But what I am interested in doing is adding more tools to my toolbar, my new toolbar. So I'm just going to add this guy here, add this guy here, maybe add this guy. I'm just doing this to demonstrate for you. So you can add more tools to my toolbar. Okay, and then of course we have them in categories. We have the selection tools, okay, and then we have the draw tools, we have the type tools, we have the paint tools, we have the modify tools, we have the navigate tools. Okay, so these tools are the navigate tools will help you navigate around your workspace, and then the type tool will help you in creating types. Okay, that's your fonting and your styling and your typing. Okay, and then we have the paint tools which will help you in painting, and then we have the modify tools which will basically modify the shape. Okay, then we have the selection tool which will of course select colors, select objects, and then we have the draw tools which will draw out shapes, right, and objects. Now here is now our new toolbar. So let's just come here, Windows, and then come to toolbars. Now let's click on advanced. Now when we click on advanced, we see that this guy is now out. We've deactivated the advanced. Now we can just take this guy, which is our new toolbar, and then dock it here, and now we have our toolbar, our custom toolbar, right? So we can just use our custom toolbar to kind of create our drawings or whatever we want to create, to use it in creating what we want to create. Okay, and then we have this one for the artboard, we have this one for the start tool, we have this guy, we can delete points and so on and so forth. That's with our custom toolbar. So we can just drag it out and maybe delete it, come to file, toolbars, and then advanced. And we can also come and manage our toolbars. Okay, we can delete our toolbars. We can select the toolbar here, the custom ones, delete. We can select them, delete. We can add new toolbars. We can add, keep adding, and we can delete. Okay, we can OK, which will save our changes. Then we can cancel. Okay, so that's it about managing our toolbars and creating new toolbars. Now let's just have a roundup of our tools here. Okay, we have the selection tool, we have the direct selection tool, you know what they do. We have the group selection tool, we select groups. We have this guy, which is the magic wand tool. It's also a selection tool. It selects objects with similar colors. Okay, so let's assume we have this guy with red, this guy with red, and then let's see, we have this other guy. Okay, so when we select this guy here and come on, click here, we see that we're selecting the ones with similar colors. So that's the use of this toolbar, and so this tool here. Now we have other tools. We are not going to go through all of them in this video. Okay, there are too many tools, and yeah, you get, we're just going to go through the important ones. And of course, as we use them, as we advance in the course, we are going to look at quite a number of them, quite a lot of them. Okay, and then of course, if you want to learn how to use all the tools in details, you can check out the basic course on Adobe Illustrator. And then we have the pen tool. Now this tool is used to create drawings, right? It's a pen tool, it's a pen. Okay, so you can just click and it creates a point. Click and it creates a point. You can click and drag and it turns your point to a curve, okay, and gives its handles. So when we click this direct selection tool and come and select some of this curved point, we can see handles here. Now these handles can be used, of course, to edit the curvature of your curves. Okay, we have other tools under the pen tool. We have the add anchor points tool, which is used to add points. Okay, you can see that we're adding points now to our shape. Okay, and you can move these points, we can turn them to curves and do a whole lot of things. We have the delete anchor point tool, which is used to delete anchor points. Okay, then we have the anchor point tool, which is used to turn an angular anchor point into a curved anchor point like this, or a curved one into an angular one like this. Okay, and then we have the curvature tool, which is used to draw curves or draw shapes. Okay, draw curved shapes. So we can click here, click here, click here, click here, click here. We can see that we are creating a curved shape, and when we double click, it creates a point. Double click creates a point. Double click creates a point. But when you click once and drag, it creates a curved shape. Here, so delete. And I'm just going to delete one artboard here. So come on, edit, select the copy and delete. Now we have other tools here. We have, of course, the pen tool, or the type tool rather, which is used to create types. Okay, so you can click and then create. We are going to look at types in a separate video. Okay, we have other type tools here. We have the line tool, or rather the line segment tool. We have the arc tool, we have the spiral tool, we have the rectangular grid tool, we have the polar grid tool. We're going to look at all of this, of course. So they are just used to create what the CD create. Okay, so for this guy, it's the line segment tool. We just used it to create a line segment here. We have the arc tool, which you just used to create an arc. Okay, then we have the spiral tool, which is used to create a spiral. We have the rectangular grid tool, which is used to create a rectangular grid. Okay, we have the polar grid tool, which is used to create a polar grid. Okay, now we have the shape tools. We have the rectangle tool, we have the rounded rectangle tool, the ellipse tool, the polygon tool, the star tool, the flare tool. Okay, so I'm very sure you know what all these tools are used for. Now we have the brush tool and we have the blob tool. Okay, brush tools is used to create drawings like this. Okay, to just paint, just like using a brush. And the blob tool is also a brush tool, just that it works in a separate way. We're going to be looking at this tool later on. And then we have the shape tool, the shaper tool, the pencil tool. Okay, we have this pencil tool. Then we have the shaper tool, which kinds of shapes. Okay, the shaper tool kind of creates custom shapes for us. Okay, so we can just do this and create a square. We can do this, create this. We can do this and create an ellipse, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's what this tool does. That's the shaper tool. And then we have the pencil tool, which we've used here to create this drawing. And then we have the smooth tool, which kind of smooths our drawing. Okay, smooths our drawing, smooths it out. Okay, and then we have the eraser tool, which kind of erases our drawing. Okay, just like this. Then we have the join tool, which kind of joins 2 points. The 2 joints. Let's say we have this guy here and we have another one close. When you select both of them and select the join tool, you can join them like this. Okay, and then yeah, we have the eraser tool, the scissors tool, the knife tool. All these tools are used to erase, okay, or to cut. Okay, this guy, for the scissors tool, we have to just come and cut. And you can see that when we delete, we now have a segment of it like this. You have the knife tool. It's also used to cut out things. We have the rotate tool, the reflect tool. The rotate tool is used to rotate, just like the name implies. You come and then rotate. You can do it like this and then kind of rotate. And then the reflect tool is also used to reflect. Okay, that's flip. And all of these things we can actually do them by right clicking and then going to transform, and we have move, rotate, reflect, scale, and share, and transform each, which will enable us do the whole thing. That's scale and move and rotate and do all that transform stuff. And we have this guy, which is the scale, the share, the reshape. We have the width tools, which is used to kind of do stuff like this. Sorry, so we select this guy, and where is it? This is the width tool. We can use it to kind of do stuff like this. Okay, what's happening? Let's see, we have you like this. The width tool enables us kind of increase the width of our shape like this. Okay, so it helps us do stuff like this. We kind of edit the profiling of our stuff. So that's what the width tool does. I have other tools here. We have the wrap tool, the twirl tool, which does stuff like this. It kind of distorts our shape. Okay, like this. Let's just draw a normal shape and see. Let's draw a rectangle and give it no stroke and give it a yellow color, a yellow feel. Then come and select this tool here. Now you see this is what the twirl tool does, and all of these tools kind of distort our shape in certain ways. Now we have this one, the free transform tool, the puppet tool. All of them kind of transform our tool or our shape in certain ways. The puppet tool helps us in kind of distorting our form in some certain ways by putting joints on them, on separate parts of the shape. We have the shape builder tool, which kind of helps us build our shape maybe like this. Okay, kind of connect two shapes together or subtract them. Okay, we're going to be looking at all of this in details, each of these in details. That's when we start handling the project as a whole. I just want to refresh your mind about these tools in this lecture. Okay, so that's it for the shape builder tool. We have the live paint bucket tool, we have the live paint tool, and we have the perspective tool, which is used to create perspectives. Okay, then we have the mesh tool, which is used to create meshes. Okay, and with these meshes you can now kind of create gradient meshes. Okay, now these gradient meshes you can select points and give it a whole different color. Okay, like this. Maybe give this guy a blue color, and this is what we now have. Okay, select this guy and then give it this shade of blue. This is what we now have. So that's the use of this mesh tool. Okay, and of course, if you are coming from the other course, again, you know all of these tools. We created several projects with these tools, so this should not be a problem for you. This is just kind of a refresh to your existing knowledge. We have the gradient tool. Okay, gradient tool helps us create gradients and edit our gradients. We have the eyedropper tool, which helps us kind of choose colors from existing colors. So we can select the guy here, select the eyedropper tool, and then just kind of select other shapes or other colors around, and it's going to adapt to what we've selected. We have the blend tool, which helps us blend between shapes. Okay, let's just give this guy blue color, so we can now use the blend tool to like select the blend tool, select this guy, and as you can see, we have blended these three shapes together. Okay, we have other tools here like the symbol spray tool, which sprays symbols. We have the column graph tool, which creates graphs. We have a whole lot of them here. And then we have the artboard tool, of course, which we've looked at. We have this other one, the slice tool, the size selection tool. We have the hand tool, which is used to navigate around like this. We have the zoom tool, which is used to zoom in and zoom out. Okay, so this is just a refresh to your memory again once more, and in the subsequent lectures we're going to, like I said, work with these individual tools and learn very advanced ways of doing things with them. Okay, and with this we've come to the end of this lecture on tools in Adobe Illustrator. See you in the next one. Bye bye. And welcome back. In this lecture we're going to be learning about shortcuts in Adobe Illustrator. So as advanced or pro learners or intermediate learners, we have the desire to create works, but not just to create works, but to create them in the quickest time possible. Okay, so we like to take shortcuts, we like to speed up our workflow, hence the use of shortcuts. These shortcuts will help us speed up our workflow and get us creating amazing stuff in no time. So in order to start, I'm going to create a new document. I'm going to choose one of these presets here. Okay, I'm selecting the artboard tool to just reduce the size. I'm not comfortable with the big size here. Okay, so now this is our new document, and the first shortcut we're going to be looking at in this video is the move tool. Okay, this move tool. So there's a shortcut to selecting the move tool. So let's assume we have one of the other tools selected. In order to go to the move tool, all you need to do is hit V. Okay, when you hit V, you have the move tool selected. So I'm going to create maybe some shapes here and then just kind of use the quick selection tool. Okay, so let's say I've been working on the quick selection tool and suddenly I want to go to the move tool. Okay, in order to select the whole stuff, okay, the whole shape, all I need to do is to hit V and I'll be able to access the move tool immediately. So that's the first shortcut. The second one is the direct selection tool. So in order to select the direct selection tool, all you need to hit is A. So when you hit A on your keyboard, you'll be able to select the direct selection tool, and this tool of course enables you to select anchor points. Okay, now the next shortcut I want us to look at is the duplicate shortcut, okay, which enables us to duplicate the item we have. So the very easiest way to do this is to just select the item and then hold down Alt and drag. Okay, select the item whether with the direct selection tool or the move tool, then hold down Alt and then drag, and you will have a duplicate of that object. So hold down Alt and drag, select, hold down Alt and drag. That's the very quickest way to duplicate your object, and we're going to be using a lot of these shortcuts in subsequent videos, right? So I strongly advise that you take them seriously. Okay, and I'm going to provide you with a PDF file with these shortcuts written down so that you can just take a look at the PDF file and recall the shortcuts. Okay, yeah, so that's one of the documents you're going to have attached to this video. So the next shortcut we're going to be looking at is the shortcut for opening a new file, okay, or for creating a new file. What's that shortcut? It's Ctrl+N. When you hit Ctrl+N, you are then brought to this place where you can now open or create a new document. So you just select a preset or put in your custom settings with the name of the document, and of course the height, the units of measurement, the orientation, the amount of artboard, and so on and so forth, the color mode, the raster effects, and so on and so forth, and then you click create in order to create your new document. So when I hit create, you're going to see that we now have our new document. Okay, yeah, so that's the shortcut Ctrl+N for a new file. Now we have the next shortcut as Ctrl+S for save. Okay, so let's say you have your work done and you want to save, okay, you can just hit Ctrl S and you are now able to save the document. Okay, now the next shortcut is the X, is letter X rather. Okay, so letter X is used to select either the fill color or the stroke color. So if I hit X right now, you can then see that we now have the stroke color selected. When I hit X now, we now have the fill color selected. So just keep hitting X to switch between the stroke color and the fill color. Okay, so let's assume we have a fill color, we give it a fill color of red and a stroke color of blue. Okay, and let us increase the stroke here. Okay, so we have a fill color of red and stroke color of blue, and we want to select the fill color, okay, because the stroke color is selected here. So if we want to select the fill color, just hit X, and then we can now edit the fill color to maybe blue or green. Again, as you can see now, the fill color has changed. If you want to select the stroke color, you just hit X again, and you are now able to select the stroke color. And we have another shortcut for swapping the fill color with the stroke color and also the stroke color with the fill color. So that control is Control X, or rather Shift X rather. We have Shift X. So if you hit Shift, if you hold down Shift and then hit X, you can see that you are now swapping the fill color to the stroke color and vice versa. Okay, let's say we're drawing a shape out, and then let's say we don't have a stroke color, but we only have the fill color, and we just kept drawing. Let's say we are tracing a drawing, okay, from a hand-drawn document, okay, and then we have the fill color obstructing our view, right? We want to get rid of the fill color so as to see what we are tracing out properly. What we just need to do is to hit Shift X, which will now turn the fill color to the stroke color, okay? Then when we are done and we've achieved what we want to achieve, we can now hit the Shift X back to bring back the fill color. So that's one of the application of this shortcut. I'm going to delete everything here, and then we now have the next shortcut, which enables us, let's say I have a drawing here and we have a fill color to it, or let's say we don't have a fill color to it. Okay, we have the next shortcut which enables us give our shape a fill color. Okay, now this is the comma key on your keyboard. Okay, so when you hit comma, you can now have the fill color applied. Okay, you hit comma, you now have the fill color applied, and then we have the next one, which is the period or the full stop, which then gives our shape a gradient fill. Okay, the full stop gives our shape a gradient fill. Okay, so we have it as the gradient fill, and then we have the next one, which is the forward slash, which gives it no fill. Okay, gives it no fill. And also remember that if we have the stroke activated here instead, we are going to have all of this happen to the stroke instead of the fill. Okay, so it means if you now hit the period or the full stop, our shape is then given the stroke. Okay, that's the gradient stroke. Okay, because we have the stroke activated here. And if we then hit the comma, if we then hit the comma, let's say we increase our stroke here, and then we then hit comma, we then see that our stroke is being given a color. Okay, so that's just for you to know. The next shortcut we're going to be looking at is the shortcut for gradient tool. Okay, so let's assume we have the gradient added to the field here, and then we want the gradient tool so as to be able to edit the gradient, right? All we need to hit is G, which will then bring up the gradient tool, and with the gradient tool we can now edit our gradient. Okay, now edit our gradient, rotate it, expand it, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's letter G for the gradient tool. Now the next shortcut we're going to be looking at is the rectangular tool shortcut. That's this tool. Okay, that's the M. So when you hit letter M on your keyboard, you are then able to select the rectangle tool. Okay, and then we also have a shortcut for the ellipse tool, which is L. So if you hit L on your keyboard, you'll be able to select the ellipse tool. So M for rectangle tool, L for ellipse tool. M for rectangle tool, L for ellipse tool. Okay, and the next shortcut is for pen tool, which is this tool here. Now the shortcut is P. If you hit P on your keyboard, you'll be able to select the rectangular tool. Okay, we select the rectangular tool. Perfect. Then we have other shortcuts. Let's say we hit P and we have the pen tool selected, and we just draw out a shape like this. And let's say now we want to add an anchor point or subtract an anchor point. Okay, now we have a shortcut for that. If you want to add an anchor point, all you need to hit is the plus key on your keyboard, and now you can see that the anchor point pen tool has been selected, and we can now add new anchor point to our shape. Okay, and what if we want to subtract points from our shape? What we then need to hit is the minus key on the keyboard, and we can now subtract points from our shape. Okay, that's using the subtract or delete anchor points tool. Okay, sorry. Perfect. Now the next tool we're going to be looking at is the ruler tool. Okay, the ruler tool. Now the shortcut for the ruler tool is Ctrl R. Okay, so this is Ctrl R, and then it brings up the ruler tool. Now you can measure your stuff, okay, using the ruler tool. So when you just come to the ruler tool like this and click and drag, you can see that these lines then come out. Now with these lines, we are able to kind of measure stuff out and kind of align our design properly. Okay, we can drag them out from here, okay, that's with the ruler tool. Perfect. And of course these shapes, these guides will not be rendered out if you export a design with them on the design. Okay, but you can just delete them when you are done. You can just select and hit delete, select and hit delete, select and hit delete, and everything is just going to delete. That's after, of course, you're done using it. Now the next tool the next shortcut rather we're going to learn is the copy shortcut, which is Ctrl C. Okay, it's Ctrl C, and the paste, which is Ctrl V. Okay, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Then we have the paste, which is Ctrl V. Okay, and apart from the paste, we have the paste in front, which is the Ctrl F. So if I Ctrl C, Ctrl F, it's going to paste it in front. So it's going to paste what it has copied in front of the existing or the original copy, right? And then if you want to paste at the back, you have to Ctrl C and Ctrl B. Okay, so it's pasted it at the back of the shape. So when you change the color, you see that it's actually at the back of the shape, right? Then we have the eyedropper tool. Now the eyedropper tool, and this tool can be activated by just clicking the letter I. Okay, so you can just click the letter I and have the eyedropper tool selected. And if you are conversant with Illustrator, you know what the eyedropper tool is used for, even though we are also going to use it practically in other aspects of this course. But the eyedropper tool is used to sample colors, right? Used to sample colors, so you can sample this color, that color, this color, that color, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's what the eyedropper tool is used for, and just hitting I will activate the tool. Now the next tool, or rather the next shortcut, is the pan shortcut. Okay, or moving around your design. We achieve this by holding down the space bar and clicking the mouse. So you can hold on the space bar, click and hold the mouse, and then just move around. Okay, so you can zoom in, hold on the space bar, and just move around. Okay, so that's the pan tool. Now in order to zoom in and out of your ship like this. How easily I do this, I hold down the Alt and of course use the mouse wheel. Okay, so hold down Alt and use the mouse wheel. And then we have other aspects of the zoom control which we can explore with the Control plus and Control minus. Okay, so Control plus and Control minus. So Control plus to zoom in and Control minus to zoom out, just like this. Okay, Control plus to zoom in and Control minus to zoom out. And we also have the zoom tool, and it can be activated by hitting Z. So when you hit Z on your mouse and click the mouse button and click in or drag in and drag out, you'll be able to zoom in and zoom out using the zoom tool. Okay, and then for fitting your artboard to the screen, you can just click Ctrl plus 0. So Ctrl plus 0 will fit your artboard to the screen, to your view. Okay, so let's assume you are working on a big project and let's say you are outside a place like this. All you need to do to zoom in on your artboard is to Ctrl 0. So when you Ctrl 0, you then zoom in or you fit the view to your artboard. In order to check the preferences, okay, you just hit Ctrl K for preferences. Now these preferences are kind of settings that control the way your Illustrator works. Okay, so let's hit Ctrl K once more to bring up the preferences, and then we can see where it says keyboard increments, right? And it's presently set at 1. This will control how far you can move your item using the direction keys. Okay, so when you hit the direction key, okay, when you hit the left direction key, you can move your item left. When you hit the right one, you can move your item right. When you hit or hold down the up directional key on your keyboard, you can move your object up, and then for the down, you can move your object down, right? And then when we hit Ctrl K and adjust this keyboard increment, let's make it 10 and hit OK, and try to move our shape. Now we can now see that it covers more space. Okay, it moves faster or kind of covers more room than the previous time. Now let's just make this 100 so you see the difference clearly. So when I select the guy and now move like this, as you can see now it's moving way, it's covering more space. Okay, it's covering more room, more move room. Okay, so just keep it at 1. Okay, and then I have another shortcut. Let's assume we have a lot of objects here. Okay, let's assume we have a lot of objects here, all in this shape, all in this layer. Okay, so we have all of them in this layer, and let's say we want to select all of them. Okay, now when we select one, we see that it's highlighted here with this blue icon here. Okay, when we select this guy, we see that it's highlighted here, and it's kind of hard to select all of them at once. We can just maybe click here and then hold Control and click and click and click, and then if we have a lot of them, you can see that it's going to be a pain in the ass to try to select them all. Okay, so the easiest way to do this is to click is to hold on Alt and then just click here. You just hold on Alt and click on the layer, and everything will be selected. Hold on Alt and click on the layer. Okay, everything will be selected. So let's assume we have another layer, and then we have some other shapes in the layer. Let's assume we have this guy as blue, this guy as blue. Okay, and we want to select everything. All we need to do is Ctrl A. Okay, so everything in both layers will be selected. Okay, so that's Ctrl A. But if you want to select just the guys in this layer, we will just Alt and click. Okay, and then select it. So the next shortcut will be probably the last one, which I usually use to select items or objects which are behind another object. Okay, so let me just give you a demonstration here. Let me just create different objects here, and let's say we now have a bigger object here. and let's say this guy is purple color, and we want to select the objects behind this guy, right? We want to select one of the objects behind this guy. Let's just reduce the opacity to make the items a little bit visible. So now this is the guy, and then we don't want to hide the shape, we don't want to hide it, we don't want to delete it. We just want to select the items behind the object without hiding it, without deleting it, without kind of distorting the position, the present position, right? All we then need to do is hold down Control, then double click on the object we want to select. So let me just hold down Control and then just double click. Now you can see that we are now able to select the object beneath this layer, and from there on we can maybe increase the size, rotate it. Okay, if we select this guy again, all we need to do is just come here and double click. Okay, and we now have the guy. We can even move the shape. Okay, we can move the shape by coming to the edge here and just dragging it. If you kind of try to move it from the middle here, you are going to select the shape in front. Okay, so just hold down Control and double click. You can double click multiple times in case of just double clicking once it's not working for you. Okay, and you can even right click and do other stuff. Maybe you want to transform it, maybe you want to, let's say, share it or something like that. So you can even do that. Okay, yeah, so that's the last shortcut. And I'm going to, of course, like I said before, I'm going to provide you with a PDF file attached to this video so you can just look at the shortcuts and revive your memory. And with this, we've come to the end of this lecture. See you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to be learning about actions in Adobe Illustrator. So actions are kind of automated tasks which Adobe Illustrator helps us perform, okay, so as to prevent us from kind of having to do them over and over again. So for example, things that we want to do over and over again, we can turn them into actions by recording them, okay, and then whenever we want to perform those tasks, we just have to click on the actions and then play them, and then Adobe Illustrator performs those actions for us automatically. So these can help speed up our workflow in Adobe Illustrator. So to start, I'm going to create a new document. I'm just going to choose from this preset here. Perfect. And then to start, I'm just going to create an ellipse and maybe give it a fill color. So one thing with actions is they don't work on every effect or every task you want to do, but they have a lot of uses and you're going to find them really helpful. Okay, so some of the tasks I have observed they do not work on maybe effects. Okay, so you can create actions for some of these effects. Okay, but in general, other things you can create actions for them. So I'm just going to start by opening up the actions panel. So come to Windows and then actions. Okay, so this is the actions panel, and then we have default actions. Now these are actions that come with Adobe Illustrator, and when you just open the folder here, you then see them. And then when you click on an action and then come to play current selection, so when you click on play, you then see that the action then happens, or the task then happens. Like for this one, we can see that it has reduced the opacity of the selected shape by 60, okay, to maybe 60%, okay, to 60%, as you can see here. So that's the action. It just helps us reduce the opacity. So for example, if we have a lot of things and we don't want to keep manually going to reduce the opacity, we can just select and click, select and click. Sorry, what did I do? We can just select, sorry, Okay, I made a mistake. Okay, we can just select and click, and you can see that it's easier to do that instead of just selecting and then going to kind of adjust the opacity. Okay, so this is as simple as what an action can be. Okay, so there are quite a lot of actions here. Okay, there are quite a lot of actions. We have this for the opacity 60, we have opacity 40, and screen. So I guess this one gives it the 40% opacity and then maybe makes the blending mode screen. Okay, let me just try it out and see. Okay, so this is the opacity at 40, and then as you can see, the blending mode is now screen, right? Yeah, so that's what it does. And we can have many other actions. So besides some of these actions, you see this this box, right? Now this box can be activated here. Not all of them will have the activation for this box. Okay, we won't be able to activate this box for all of them, but this box helps us to kind of further modify our action. Okay, so for example, if we have an action for, let's see, move, let's try this guy. Okay, so let's have it without the box turned on. Okay, so let's just remove the box and then click on our action or on our move action and then play it. So we see that it then moves. Okay, so it moves by a default value which was used when creating this action. Okay, now what if we want to be able to edit the default value, the value of the move, right? Now that's where this box comes to play. So let's assume we have it here now, and then we have the box checked. Now when we click here, we can see that the move option now comes up, and we can now kind of manually put in the position of the move. So if we do not want the original, which is 66, we can maybe put 100 and then okay. So that's the use of this box. So it has its importance in many actions. So some actions might require it, some actions might have it as optional. Okay, so we're going to look at many other options so that you get familiar with how the whole thing works. So now what I want us to do is have a little bit of walkthrough for the action panel. Okay, so now this is the action panel we have here, where we can create a new set of action. Okay, so like this guy here is a set. Okay, this guy here is a set. We can have like a new set of action. Okay, by clicking on this folder icon here. So when we click on it, we can maybe name it my new set. Okay, then okay. Now all the actions we'll be creating when selecting this set will then be created under this set. Okay, so when we select our set, we can come here to create new action, and then this create new action dialog box will then pop up, and we can kind of type in the name of the action. Maybe we want to have it scale. Okay, scale times 2. Okay, so maybe this is what we want, scale times 2. We want to be able to scale our shape by 2. Okay, now we then have the set, which is my new set, which I've selected here, and then we have function. Now this function, Adobe Illustrator gives us the ability to add a shortcut key or a shortcut function to our action. So that's optional, of course. We can just have it like none, and we won't have any shortcut. We'll just have it here, and we can manually click. But if we have a shortcut, let's say function 2 or shift function 2. Okay, so let's say shift function 2, and then color, maybe give it red or whatever color, and record. Okay, so now after clicking recording, we can then do what we want our action to be. Okay, remember Adobe Illustrator is now recording whatever we do. Okay, so what I want to do now is right click and then go to transform, then go to scale. Then I just want to scale this by times 2. Okay, that's by 150. Then okay. Now we can see here that we now have scale, right? We now have scale. We can keep doing other things, and Adobe Illustrator will keep recording them here. But I just want to stop here right now and then click on stop playing / stop recording. So when I click here, now we have our action, and for that box we should be able to actually activate our box. Now that's this box here. Okay, yeah, so we can now activate this box. Now when we select a new shape here, okay, we can now play our action, and because we have our box activated, we can now edit our value. So maybe we want it to be 200 now. Okay, and yeah, this is it now. But when we do not have our box activated, when we click it, it's going to take the default value which the action was created with, which is 150. Okay, I'm sure you get the gist now. So just going to select everything and delete, and we can have actions for a whole lot of things. Let's assume we have our design here and we want to save it as a PDF file. We can just come to file and then save a copy as, and then maybe actions, and then come to the file type and then click on PDF, right? And with this we can now save our PDF. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm actually supposed to record this saving. Of which I didn't do, so we don't have any action on saving. So let's just create it quickly. So let's come here, click here, create new action, and then let's name it saving. Okay, saving PDF copy. Then let's give it a shortcut. Let's give it F2, but this time it's Control, not Shift. Then yeah, red, maybe green, then record. So with this, now we come to file, save a copy of the PDF, and then just save it as actions. Just replace it, and yeah, now we can see that we now have it saved as a copy, right? And now we can click on stop recording, and whenever we want to save a PDF file, we can just select this action. Okay, select this action and then play it. Okay, and we actually need to get this box checked in this case, because we have to write down the name and then select other options, right? Because we are saving. So that's why we need to have this box checked. So after having this box checked, when I click on play right now, we can see that now it enables us to now save our stuff. Okay, so let's just add some random letters to our name and then save. Now we can see that we are now able to save our PDF file with this action. Okay, so actions can work for a whole lot of things. We can create opacity, just like how we saw with this guy here. Okay, now I want to try using our shortcuts. Okay, so I'm just going to try Control F2, and now we can see that we are now able to save. Okay, just like how we indicated for this guy here. And when I have Shift F2, we'll then be able to scale, just like for this other action here. So as you can see, the shortcuts are also working. Now I want us to try something out, something interesting. Okay, so I'm just going to come here, come to my my shape tool, and then select the star tool and just create a star. Okay, create a star, and then just come and give it a gradient. Then maybe make this guy this color and this other guy the color like this. Okay, and maybe I'll just kind of come and edit the colors. Okay, then make this guy maybe brighter like this, and then I want to make it a radial gradient. Okay, I want to make it a radial gradient. Let's just reverse the gradient so that the brighter parts are outside. Okay, what I want to do is first create my new action. So I'm going to select my new set, then create new action. So I'm going to name it flowery shape, and I'm going to create an action for a flowery shape design. Okay, so I'm just going to give it F3 and Control F3, give it a random color and record. Now what I want to do is right click, go to transform and transform each. Okay, and I'm going to make this 15%. I'm going to reduce the size or the scale by 85%, and then I'm going to click on copy. Okay, now the next thing I will do is I'm going to right click, transform, and transform again. Okay, and the shortcut for this guy is Control D. So I'm going to keep Control D. Okay, until I achieve this very beautiful shape, the very beautiful design. Okay, and finally I'll just select everything and group them. Perfect. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stop my recording. I'm going to stop my recording. So stop recording, and now we have our new action here. So let's try it out, right? So let's create the guy here, and maybe for this guy we're just going to reverse the gradient, and then let's select the guy and come to our flowery shape action and play it. And then you see that this box now comes up, and I'm going to click on copy, and as you can see now we now have our action. And the last action or the last task did not go down well. That's the group one. I don't know what happened, but at least we have the others. Okay, so this will have taken us a bit of time to perform, but we can see that the action feature in Adobe Illustrator has helped us to automate this task and perform the tasks within a very short period of time. So I'm going to create this ellipse, and then come to effects, come to distort and transform, and then give it a pluck and blot, and kind of turn it to see something like this. Okay, something like this, and okay. Then I'm going to just reverse the gradient here, then select the guy and select our action and play, and okay. Perfect. I feel like doing another one, but this time with the gradient colors reversed like this. Okay, now with this guy selected, go to the actions and activate, and as you can see now we have our beautiful shape. Okay, the possibilities with this guy is very limitless. Okay, your imagination is the limit to this. So I'm going to create another quite interesting shape. Okay, maybe we have something like this. Then let's give it the action and see what we're gonna have. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. Just Ctrl Z to undo. So once more, select the action and play. Okay, perfect. I'm going to have it with a reversed gradient like this. Okay, select and play. and copy. So let's try. I selected out before it's finished, right? So let's try to have the new action, or let's try to have the action sorry, where is my actions panel here? Okay, okay, so let's try to have the action with our gradient reversed. Okay, I think we didn't. Okay, we actually did this here. I feel like adding more effects so as to have more interesting shapes. Okay, so I'm just going to go to my distort and transform, and then maybe give it a bit of twist. Okay, a bit of twist, and yeah, maybe I give it something like this, and then try to give it the action. Copy. Perfect. You can see what our actions are enabling us to create. Okay, so with actions, your workflow will be very much optimized, and you'll be able to achieve your tasks very quickly. Okay, and with this, we've come to the end of our lecture on actions, and see you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we'll be learning about some useful tips and functions in Adobe Illustrator. So some of these functions are just little things that many people do not know about, okay, and can better your workflow in Adobe Illustrator. I'm going to start by creating a new document, okay, a new file. Okay, so create new, and then I'm going to choose maybe this custom 9 by 9 inches, and I'll just change the color mode to RGB, it doesn't matter, and then create. Okay, now let's kind of duplicate the artboard. So I've chosen the artboard tool. Then I'm going to hold down Alt and drag this artboard while also holding down Shift. Okay, so drag it like this. So the first thing I want us to learn about is symmetrical drawing. Okay, so you might want to draw stuff and then want to use symmetry. Okay, what I mean by symmetry is, let's say we have a straight line here in the middle. Okay, let us align the line. Okay, so let's see, we have a straight line here in the middle, and then you want to draw something here and also have the same thing being drawn out here. Okay, or you want to draw something here and you want the same thing being drawn out here. That's symmetry. Okay, so you are drawing them symmetrically. So this line serves as a middle point where we have equal drawings on our left and our right. Okay, so that's symmetry, and sometimes symmetry is important in design. Some people use symmetry for designs depending on what you want to create, really. Okay, but symmetry can be important, and I'm just going to show you how to create simple symmetry, okay, in Adobe Illustrator. So let's assume we want to create a symmetry whereby we draw stuff in this space here, in the left hand space, and then we now have the same thing on the right hand side. Okay, so what you do now is just create a line like this, okay, to serve as the center line. Just align it to the middle, then come and select your line. Just come and click on this icon here, okay, to select the line, then come to effects, okay, and then distort and transform. Okay, and then just come to transform effect. So now in this transform effect, what you're going to do is you're going to add an effect to the layer such that whatever you draw here will be reflected here automatically. So it's more of a reflect effect. Okay, so after adding the transform effect, just come here and leave the angle at 0, come and reflect X, and then come and make one copy. And what I want to do is I want to draw on this side. Okay, so when you draw on this side, you then take the points, you see these points, you're just going to bring it at the right hand side because we are drawing at the left hand side. Okay, so it's going to reflect what we have here in this place. Okay, so that's all you need to do, and you now click OK. Okay, let's come and try it out. Let's try using our brush tool, and then when we draw here, we can see that we now have our symmetry perfectly. Okay, so anything you do here will totally be duplicated here. So let's say we even want to add a shape. Okay, so this is called the 1-point symmetry. There are also more complex forms of symmetry, and all of this can be achieved by simply adding the transform effect, just like I added here. Yeah, so I'm not going to do much here. Maybe we want to have a flower vase. Okay, maybe handles, depending on what you want. Maybe you want to draw a guy. Drawing is bad. You want to draw a character. Okay, then give him some hairs, give him an ear, give it eyes. Okay, maybe just kind of color the eyes like this. Okay, then create the nose, then mouth, the eyes. Okay, with the neck. Yeah, so that's symmetry for you. And when you are done, you can just come. You can actually hide the middle line, this line in the middle, so you can actually hide it. And then when you're done, you can just select stuff, come to objects and expand. Okay, when you expand, you now have it as a whole drawing, and you can come and take your direct selection tool, maybe adjust stuff like this. Okay, all of things depending on what you want to achieve. Okay, that's it about this form of symmetry. So let me just take you through the second form of symmetry, which is the 4-point symmetry. Okay, I'm going to be drawing in one place, and then it's going to kind of duplicate the drawing in 3 places. To do that, you just create your line once again and then centralize it. Okay, centralize your line and just come and give it a stroke instead of a fill. How do we do this? Shift X, right? So you Shift X and it replaces the stroke with the fill, and then you Ctrl C, Ctrl F for copy and paste in place, and then you just rotate it like this, and then make sure it's aligned properly. So all you then need to do now is okay, just create a new layer for these guys. So select the 2 of them, Ctrl X for cut, and come here to the new layer and Ctrl F, okay, for paste. So the next thing you do is select them like this and go back to your effect and transform. Okay, and this time what you want to do is, first of all, give it 1, okay, 1 copies, and then reflect. Okay, and that's all you have to do for now. Then you click OK, and then still while selecting, go and add another effect, another transform effect. Yeah, add new effect, and then for this one you just make here 90 degrees. Okay, and make this 3 copies. Okay, and click OK, and then that is it. So when you come to your pen tool now and draw, you see that we now have it reflected, right? We now have everything reflected. Some designers use this to create very beautiful art. Okay, very beautiful art with symmetry. Okay, so this is just how we go about it. We're going to delete everything. Maybe try creating something new. I'm not creating anything in specific. I'm just playing around to see what I can achieve, right? Yeah, I'm not really creating something in specific. That's it, nothing serious, just for you to understand how symmetry works and how to create stuff using symmetry, or how to create a symmetry effect in Adobe Illustrator. So I'm just going to maybe duplicate the artboard again and have another one here, and for this guy I'm just going to delete this one so that we can look at all the stuff. Okay, now the next tip I want to give to you is how to change the direction of a path. So let's say I draw a path like this using the pen tool, of course. Okay, I draw a path like this, or whatever way, maybe just use a curved path instead. Let's say I draw a path like this, okay, and it has a stroke, right? Now this part has a direction. It has a direction, and the direction goes like this because I started drawing it here and ended here. Okay, so to make this direction more glaring, I'm not going to use a uniform profile. I'm going to use this profile. Okay, so when I now increase the stroke size, we can now see that this is the direction, right? This is the slimmer point, and then this point is thicker, so this is the direction. Okay, now how do we change the direction? How do we make this guy the thicker guy and this guy the slimmer guy? How do we do that? We can do that simply by just coming to the pen tool again, and then if this is the direction and you want here to be the direction, just click on this place. Now you see that the direction has changed from here to here, and same also with this. You can see we can keep changing the direction. So right now the direction is here. Okay, so right now it's kind of leading here, while this is the tail, this is the head, and this is the tail. If we want here to be the head, we just use the pen tool and click here, and you see here now is the head and here is the tail. And then there is another thing you might want to learn, or you should learn. Okay, let's assume we have different objects like this. Okay, then let's say we have 3 or 4 objects, or 4 objects like this, and then we want them to converge to a point. Okay, we want them to converge to a point, and we have not been able to kind of perfectly do that because we will have to zoom in, and yeah, we've not been able to actually achieve that. Okay, so there is an easy way to just make this happen. Okay, and the way I'm going to do this is by just selecting all the points here. Okay, just selecting all the points, and then go to object and parts, then average. Now it gives us these options here, whether we should use the horizontal axis or vertical axis or both. So when you click both, we're just going to have them merge on both the horizontal and vertical axis. So as you can see, they are now all merged to a point. Okay, so these are just simple tips that you might find useful in your day-to-day use of Adobe Illustrator. Okay, perfect. So the next tip I would like to share is how to align stuff. Okay, I know we know how to align objects. Okay, we know how to align objects to our artboard. So for example, for this object, we might want to align it to the middle. We can just click here and click here, and we are now being able to align it to the middle. Okay, and then when you come here, you can actually choose whether to align it to the artboard, of which we just did, or align it to a selection. Okay, it means there will have to be, let's say, 2 objects. Let's just arrange and move this to the back. Okay, so maybe we have this as yellow, so we can now choose align to selection. Okay, align to selection, right? Align to selection. So we can now select these guys, and then align them to each other. So they are no longer being aligned to the artboard, but they are being aligned to each other. So when we click here, the both of them are aligned to the middle of each other. When we click here, this guy is aligned to the topmost part of the other shape, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's another tip, how to align stuff. And one of the things people do not know is we can actually align anchor points. Okay, we can actually align anchor points. So let's assume we are working on something, and then we just have some of our anchor points placed abnormally. Okay, let's say we have this anchor point maybe move down a little bit, and we actually want it to be on the same level with this one. Okay, we can actually align them together and have them on the same level, because actually doing it manually might not give us an accurate result. So the best way to have them aligned, the best way to adjust it rather, is to align the anchor points. Okay, so how do we do that? All you need to do is select the both of them and just align like this. Okay, so they are now on the same line. So what if we have something like this and we want them to be aligned like this? All you need to do is select the both of them and click this align option here, and we have the anchor points aligned. Okay, so that's it for the align function. And the next tip I would like to give you is a color related tip. So let's assume we have a box here and we have red color on it. Let's say we have this shade of red on it. Okay, so when you come to the color palette here, or rather the color swatch here, and hold down shift and click, we see that this option then comes up. Now we have it as an RGB color, and we now have the levels of the various channels. Now for the red channel we have it at 216, the values for the various channels. For the red channel we have it at 216, for the green we have at 5, and for the blue we had at 36 rather, and we now have the color code here, which it means we can copy this color code and go and paste it somewhere. Maybe we are doing a web design and we want to copy this color, we can just copy the color code and go and paste it there, and we will now have exactly this color. Okay, or we are doing a logo design and we want this particular color. All we need to do is to copy the color code. Okay, and then when you hold down Control and drag this point like this, we see that we are now able to brighten or darken the color. Okay, so with this we are now brightening the color. By dragging it down, we are now darkening the color. That's of course holding down Control. Okay, so that's it for this little tip. And then the next tip I want you to learn is also a color related tip. So let me just adjust the color, make it, let's say purple, this shade of purple. Okay, so select the color and then come to color palette, and then just come here and create a new swatch. And now this is our new swatch. We can give it a name. Okay, but we don't have to give it a name. And this is now what I want you to observe. There is this checkbox here which is called global. Okay, when we uncheck it, we are not creating a global swatch, but when we enable it, we are creating a global swatch. So what's a global swatch? A global swatch is more of a color that remains constant along different objects. So let me just maybe adjust the color a bit like this. You can just click OK. Now we now have this color, and we now have the new swatch here. Now as you can, if you can observe properly, you will be able to see that we have this little right angle triangle at the edge, at the lower edge of our new swatch. Okay, now this is the icon that shows us, this is what shows us that it's a global color. Okay, so how do global colors work? So let's assume we now have, let me just have another one here and give it a normal color. Let's just duplicate our guys like this. Okay, you can see that for these ones which have a normal swatch, we can just select the object and you choose a different color. Come here, choose a different color, Okay, but for our global colors or for our global swatch, when we come to our global swatch and kind of try to edit it, okay, when we try to edit it, okay, we try to edit it to be dark or very bright, we will then see that we now have it edited across all our objects. Okay, we now have it edited across all our objects. Okay, we now have it edited across all our objects, like you can see right now, unlike these other ones, or like these other normal swatches. Okay, for example, this one that has the both of them applied here, let me just try it out. Okay, and try to edit the swatch. You then see that it only affects this object, whereas for global colors it affects all the objects with the global color. Okay, let me just delete these artboards and leave one. Okay, they're not important. Let's delete this guy and leave just one artboard, and maybe even delete the layers because they have that effect on them. Okay, drag this one to the front here, just delete this one. Yeah, delete this one. So let's assume we have, let's say, a logo like this. So let's assume this is a logo. Okay, and let's assume this is a logo and we are kind of working on our logo. We're trying to perfect stuff. Maybe we even have some pathfinder effects like this, and we're just trying to come up with a very nice logo. Okay, and maybe we even have a name, and we're going to kind of look at a lot of these things in details also. That's some of these things I'm using without explaining. Okay, remember I am assuming that you have some knowledge of Adobe Illustrator. Okay, but in our subsequent lessons I'm going to explain some stuff over and over again. So let's assume we're trying to create a simple logo. Let's just name this logo. Okay, and we are in our process of creating a logo design. And one thing very common with logos is with logo designing is that while working on your logo, you might want to be able to visualize it from afar. Okay, you remember you're working in close range, so you might want to be able to visualize it from afar. You might want to be able to kind of do some changes while you see it kind of in a different window, right? So the tip I'm going to share with you will enable you create a new window. Okay, so just come to Windows and then new window. Now when you do that, you've now created a new window of the same job. Okay, of the same job. Okay, so you can still come to Windows, then come to Arrange, and then come to maybe Tile. Okay, now with this, we now have the both of them here tiled like this. So we have this original window here and the new window here. Now we can now be working on our logo design, maybe this one in close range in this window, while we see the changes happen here. Okay, so maybe we move this, we can now see it happen here. We maybe change some anchor points. Maybe we make this guy this. Okay, and we can just see it happen here. Okay, so that's something I do a lot when designing logos. Okay, so I'm just going to delete and just close this window. I don't need it. And the next tip I would like to share with you is a very simple one. Let's just have a shape like this, and let's Shift X to kind of give it a stroke instead of a fill color, and let's make the stroke 5. Okay, when you select and you scale down, I think the option is on, so this is actually the option. This is the option I want to give you a tip on. On default, we don't have this option. Okay, we don't have this option, this scale, stroke, and effects. On default, we don't have this option. So if you have a scenario like this, where you have a shape with a stroke, and you try to scale down, you see that your stroke just remains constant, okay? And you might want to be able to scale the object along with the stroke. Okay, you might want to be able to scale the object along with the stroke, and this makes it difficult. Okay, now when you have this option checked, this scale, stroke, and effect, when you have it checked and you try to scale, you are now seeing that you are now being able to scale the stroke with the object. Okay, it's a very simple tip but very important. When starting out, I came across this, okay, and I didn't like it, so I had to figure out a way to kind of scale the strokes along with the object. Okay, and you can simply do that by just checking this box here. Okay, so that's it for this tip. Very simple but very important tip. And then the next one has to do with patterns. Okay, so let's assume we have a pattern on this shape here, and this is just a default pattern. So you might want to be able to rotate only the pattern and not the shape, or only the shape and not the pattern. All you have to do is select the shape, come to object and transform, and then let's say rotate. Right now we have this option which is transform patterns, right? So let's just try to rotate it like this, and now we can see that it's being rotated with the pattern. Okay, now when you kind of uncheck this guy, we will then see that the pattern remains constant and only the shape gets rotated. Okay, so that's it for the rotating. And for the scaling, what you need to do is just come to Windows and go to the transform panel. Okay, bring up the transform panel. Okay, sorry, let's close this. Let's just go to Windows again and bring up the transform panel. Now, in order to do that, just come here and then where you see transform objects only and transform patterns only. So when you come and click on transform objects only, when you come and click on transform objects only and you try to scale the object, we then see that the pattern remains constant. Okay, the pattern remains constant while the object scales up. Okay, and when you select transform patterns only, they kind of transform together. Okay, they kind of transform together, and then when you select transform both, they also transform together. So that is about scaling up your objects without affecting your patterns, and also rotating your objects without rotating your patterns. Now the next very simple tip I would like to give you is a way to precisely transform your object. Okay, so let's assume we have, let me just give it a normal color, a normal fill color, and let's assume we want to divide our shape. Okay, let's say we want to divide our shape, or want to move our shape, or we want to transform our shape generally. Okay, now on the properties panel we have this transform options, and when we click here we'll have more options. Okay, so these options deal with the width and the breadth. Okay, and you can see that they are linked together, so anything you do here will be affected with to this other guy. And we also have the rotation, so that's the angle of rotation. Okay, and we have other ones here. So let's assume we want to move this object and move it by twice its position on the X. So let's do 4.5 multiplied by 2. So multiply by 2, and let's, okay, now we can see that by the X it's moved by 2. Okay, and now we have it at 9. So we can actually transform our objects by just using mathematical functions. Okay, we can use mathematical functions like multiplication, division. We can even divide, so divide by 2, and we now have it at the initial position. And when we come here, we can make this divide by 5. Okay, and now we have it reduced by 5. Remember, they are linked. Okay, so we have everything happening evenly. So that's the little tip I have for you regarding the transformation of objects. Now, the last and final tip I would like to share with you is something very simple. Okay, it's actually a tool which is related to the type tool here. And we actually looked at this in the beginner course, and it's a very simple thing, really. Okay, let's just scale up this type like this, and maybe kind of reduce this, and yeah. So this tool enables us to kind of transform each of the letters without using the options here, okay, and it gives us a great deal of flexibility. Now this is the touch type tool here, okay, the touch type tool. So when you just click on a type here, it gives you the ability to scale it up, rotate it, okay, scale it up. You can even shift it like this and do a whole lot of things. Okay, so this is the tool, the touch type tool, and we are also going to look at this again when we are looking at typography in one of the coming modules, but I just felt I should show you this one again. Okay, can rotate, we can scale, we can move, we can do a whole lot of things without having to use the options here. And when we use our options here, they still affect our type here. Okay, so that's just the tip for you. And with this, we've come to the end of our lecture on tips and functions. And in the coming modules, we'll definitely start creating some really cool stuff. Okay, so see you in the next one. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back. In this module, we'll be learning about brushes, some advanced level stuff using brushes. Okay, and at the end of the module, we'll create a very cool design, a very cool project, and we're going to also have an assignment which I will require you to do. Okay, so in order to start, we're going to start with a preset here. Let's choose this common preset here, and now in order to use brushes, we have to select the brush tool. Now this is the brush tool, okay, the paint brush tool, and I'm very sure you're familiar with the paint brush tool. In order to use the paint brush tool, you have to do is select the paint brush tool and draw what you would like to draw. Just draw freely on your artboard, okay. Now when you double click on the paintbrush tool, we have the paintbrush tool options. Now we have here which says fidelity. This controls the level of smoothing Adobe Illustrator will do to your drawing. Okay, so if we have it at 0, for example, or at very accurate, means it's going to be very accurate to what you draw. Okay, it's going to be very accurate to what you draw. Very accurate, no smoothing to make it look beautiful. Okay, but if we now boost up the fidelity and okay, we then see that we are now having Adobe Illustrator help us edit the smoothness of our drawing, of our brush, to make sure we achieve something really cool. Okay, so that's one thing you have to know. I like keeping it at smooth. Okay, everything comes out better with smooth. Now we have other options here, which for example, this one says keep selected and edit selected path. So what this does is it enables us to continue editing our selected path or our drawing. Okay, so when we draw a line like this, we have the drawing we just did selected. So if we just uncheck it, for example, and we draw, we will see that it's not selected. Okay, it's not selected, and that's how it is. And because of that, we won't be able to continue editing it. So in order to have this option check, we need to have this option also check. And this slider here will make Adobe Illustrator continue editing the parts based on a distance. Okay, a distance of 20 pixels. In this case, it can be lower. So the lower the distance, the easier it will be for Adobe Illustrator to continue editing. Okay, so that's just for you to know. And so that's it for the brush options. And now when you have your brush tool selected, we have here, which is the brush panel. Okay, so we're just going to bring it to this point. Okay, we're just going to dog it out. So this is the brush panel, and in this panel we can see more about our brush, our selected brush. We can see other brush types which we can select. We can actually create new brushes using this panel. We can edit our existing brushes using this panel. We can access brush libraries using this panel. Okay, and we can save brushes that we've created using this panel. So this panel is very important. So when we select the brush here and you draw, you see that we now have the brush applied. Okay, so this is more of a stitch kind of brush. Okay, and even if we used, let's say, a pen tool and just drew a path like this and come here and select the brush, we then see that it's then applied to our path. Okay, it's applied to our path like this. Okay, yeah, so let's see, we have this brush selected, or let's say this brush preset selected. We have this. We can now double click this and go to options. Okay, so we can see the type of brush, and this is calligraphic brush, and these are the options for the brush. We can have an angle, we can have a roundness, okay, we can have a size, and so on and so forth. So let's assume we just do this and apply to the current line. We can see that the effects have now been applied. So if we are going to be using this guy now, we can now see that it gives more like a calligraphic pen. Okay, just get everything, and I want us to take a look at the types of brush and how to create a brush in Adobe Illustrator. Now I'm just going to come here and select my ellipse tool and draw out an ellipse like this, and give it a fill color. Okay, yeah, so this is our ellipse, and what I want to do is I want to show you the types of brushes and also create a new brush from this ellipse. Now I just need to select my brush or my ellipse and drag it to the brush panel and release it. Now you can see that we now have this menu pop up, and we can now see the types of brushes. We have calligraphic brush, we have scatter brush, we have art brush, we have pattern brush. Okay, so these are the types of brushes. Okay, we also have Bristol brush, and we are going to look at them in the course of this video. Okay, let's say we want to create an art brush. We will then see options here where we can choose the width. Okay, so the width can either be fixed or can be based on a pressure, that when you're using a pressure pen, okay, a drawing tab. So this will come handy. And we have other ones here. We have the rotation, so the width will be based on rotation. We cannot leave it at fixed. We have brush scale options. We have scale proportionately, scale to fit stroke length, and scale between guides. Okay, and you can just come and check these options and see what they do. Now these are the directions. Okay, this is the default one, and when you click OK, we now see that you have a brush here. So let me just try. It's going to be weird. Right, so this is the type of brush we've created here. Okay, so there are many other types of brushes. I'm going to delete this like this, and also delete this guy. Now in the next video, we're going to be learning about how to create the different types of brushes. Okay, I call them custom brushes. So yeah, that's what we're going to learn in the next video. So we're not going to look a lot into creating these brushes. I just wanted to show you the types of brushes. That's why I tried creating one of them here. So I just want you to get familiar with the brushes panel here. And okay, let's select this brush now that we just created. We can now delete it using this button here. We can click here to create a new brush. Okay, then we can now click here to kind of save brushes and access other library of brushes. Now we have different libraries of brushes. We have, for example, the artistic brushes, we have the calligraphic artistic brushes. Now these are similar to this ones we have here, and this will help us create calligraphy. Okay, so let's just select this guy here and write something. Let's see. Good. You know what? I'm going to increase the size of my artboard so as to have enough room to write what I want to write. Right? So let me delete them first, and let me choose a more dramatic one. Let me choose this guy and see what we get. So go to your brush tool and good. Not bad. Good vibes. Actually big. Let me just reduce the size like this. Okay. And then maybe let's try other calligraphic brushes. Okay, so let's give it this one. Let's try this one and just increase the stroke size. Let's try this other guy. This one will give us just the normal thing we are used to. Okay. I'll just go with the 30 and maybe use the stroke size to 1. Good vibes. Not too perfect, but you get the point. So these are some of the things we can do with artistic brushes, okay, or calligraphic brushes. You can write, and yeah, there are even more categories of brushes. We have under artistic other ones like artistic ink, artistic paintbrush, the stroke pen brush, we have the watercolor brush, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's just keep adding them to what we have on ground to see what changes we get. Okay, so you see this is how this one works. Let me try moving it here. Okay, so we have other brushes. We actually have a lot of them. We have vector packs, grunges. So I really like these ones also. You can use them to draw stuff out. Okay. So maybe select the guy and give it a grunge brush. Or maybe let's just use this one. Maybe we just use this one. Increase the stroke size. Okay, in our beginner course we actually used these brushes to create some really cool artwork. Okay, let's just keep looking at some other ones. Let's look at these ones, and we can actually drag them out. Okay, we can actually drag them out like this, and they act like standalone objects. Sorry, actually drag them out like this, and maybe increase their size like this, and then go to object, expand, and then maybe ungroup, and yeah, okay, they are actually just one group, one object. Yeah, so as you can see, we can now use them as standalone shapes, with not necessarily as brushes. So we have these other ones. They are called the hand brush, or rather the hand drawn brushes. Okay, and we have decorative banners. Okay, so these ones just work like this. They're actually banners. We increase the size. Okay, and yeah, this is what we get. Yeah, as you can see, I just dragged it out, so it's also possible to drag them out to have them as standalone objects. Yep. Come here, let's take a look at some other ones. Let's look at image brushes. So these are image brushes, they are made from images. Okay, so it's from them we got this our stitch brush, which we used when starting the video, right? That's this guy. This is our stitch brush. Now let me just see how some of these image brushes work. Okay, so you can see how this guy works. It's also similar to stitch. Yeah, it's more of a stitch, a wool stitch. And we have this other guy, which looks like a flower, right? Yeah, so when we come to look at how to create custom brushes, we're also going to learn how to create brushes like this, that's using custom images. Okay, you can actually navigate from category to category, or from library to library, with this objects here, or with these buttons here. Just increase the okay. Yeah, this looks good. So delete. And this was a basic roundup, or I'll call it a refresh of the brush tool and how to use the brush libraries. Okay, so in the next lecture we're going to be looking at even more advanced stuff. See you there. Guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we'll be learning how to create brushes in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so I'm going to start with this common preset here, and in order to create the brushes you need to use the brushes panel. Okay, so we looked at the brushes panel in the previous video, and we're also going to use it to create our brushes. Okay, and we also looked at the types of brushes in the previous video. So I'm going to start with an ellipse, and then I'm going to Shift X to swap the colors, and I'm just going to remove the stroke color here and reduce the size by this much. And in order to create the the brush, we have two ways. We either drag it in like this, like how we did the other one, or we select the brush and just come here where it says new brush and you click, and now you see all the types of brushes. We have the calligraphic, we have the scatter brush, the art brush, the Bristol brush, the pattern brush. Okay, now let's start with the calligraphic, and just select calligraphic and OK. Now we see that the options come up and we are able to edit the options for the brush. We have the angle. We're going to make this, let's say 120 maybe, and then the roundness, and you can practically see from the preview here what you get with the changes you make. Okay, then we have the size. So I'm just going to make this big. Okay, this big, and we can actually choose if we want these changes to be random or fixed, or based on the pressure we get from our pen, that's our drawing tablet. Okay, and we have these other ones. You can just stick to fixed for now. Again, just click OK. You can actually write the name of the brush. Maybe we say our new brush, our new Cali brush. Cali standing for calligraphic, and OK. Good. So now when we select our brush tool and then draw, we see that we are drawing with our new brush. Okay, and here we have it here, our new Cali brush. Okay, so by the time I double click it, we are now able to also edit. Maybe we want the angle to be like this, maybe the roundness to be a little bit more to the oval side, and just OK. And you'll be required to specify if you want to apply them on the existing ones. So when you do, you see what we now have. Okay, so calligraphic pens or brushes can be used to create some really beautiful artworks. Okay, mostly writing. Okay, so I just increased the artboard size. I'm selecting my brush tool again. Let's write something. Let's say happy Christmas. My writing here is bad. I'm just going to delete this once here and try to write again. So okay, we can see that Illustrator puts the smoothing effect for us automatically. That's because we have taken the fidelity to smooth, right, from our previous video. Christian, or the Christmas. Okay, so I'm just going to create a new one, new brush. Select and come here, calligraphic brush. So for this guy, I'm going to take the angle to this again, and then for the roundness, I'm just going to kind of bring it a little bit lower like this, and I'm going to leave every other thing the same, and OK. And this one should give us a more dramatic effect. So let's write good let's try to increase the font size and see, or rather the stroke. Okay, yeah, I kind of like it now. Just delete and start with a stroke of 3. Good. So you can see how sweet and nice it's looking. Okay, and you know, of course, that we can kind of duplicate our letters, right? And we can kind of edit them using the direct selection tool. We can kind of move anchor points, kind of do stuff like this, okay, if we want. So here I have good, and then vibes, perfect. Select them, give it a bit of rotation, and then maybe scale it down a bit. Good vibes only. I'm just going to make this hole really big and dramatic. You see, I'm just going to repeat it. Okay. Perfect. Tilt it a bit. I'm just going to maybe make this O a little bit bigger. Okay. Yeah, so I like what we have here. Good vibes only. And maybe we can just have something like this. Okay. Just increase the stroke sizes. Perfect. Good. I'm just going to take the artboard tool and kind of duplicate this artboard so as to create all those stuff. And okay, the next we're going to look at is the next we're going to look at is a scatter brush. So for this, I'm going to use a symbol. Okay, I'm going to use symbols. So just come to this symbol panel, or if it's not opened here, come to panel, then go to symbols. Okay, symbols. Now come here and go to the libraries, and let's look for something flowery. Okay, okay, sorry, I am currently at the brushes panel. Let me just dock it here. Okay, so we need to be on symbols, so come to libraries and then let's check flowers. Perfect. Now we're going to use some of these flowers to create a scatter brush, so you can see how they work, right? So I'm just going to drag them out like I did this one. So just select the symbol and drag it out like this, and just scale it up and select, drag it out, scale it up, select, drag it out, scale it up. Whichever one, select, drag it out, scale it up. Okay, let's take this guy also, scale it up. Okay, scale it up. So now these are the symbols we're going to use for our demonstration. Okay, now the next thing we have to do is select them and just expand them. Okay, you might need to do this a couple of times for some of them. Let me see. So just expand and okay, select, expand, okay, select, expand, select and expand, and expand, and select this guy and finally expand. So I think we have done justice to all of them. If we do not expand them, we are going to get some errors while trying to create our brush. So I'll bring to front. Bring this guy, arrange, bring to front. I want it to be behind. Okay, I don't know why it's not. Let me just work with what I have like this. So sorry, I think we need to group some of them, because after expanding, some of them cease to be in groups, right? So let's try it now. Let's select every one of them, maybe scale it down a bit, scale them down a bit, and then come to the brushes panel and click here, and then go to scatter brush and okay. Now we have the size, we have the spacing between them, we have the scatter, whether it be fixed or random or based on a pressure pen, and we have the rotation. So I'm just going to randomize all of them and just try to create something. I think the best thing to do is just make them fixed. Okay, just make them fixed for now, so that we just create the brush first. So that's okay. Now we have now created our brush, so let's just shift these guys here and use the brush tool to draw out on the artboard. Now what we can then do is just come double click on the scatter brush and then let's now make some changes and see as they get affected on our drawing here. Okay, so when we have the size, when we change the size, we can see that the sizes increase. Okay, and then for spacing, I think we should just keep the size as default, almost as default. Okay, so for the spacing, we can maybe reduce it or increase it. Maybe we should reduce the spacing. Then the scatter, I think what we have presently is still good. What we have here like this, or in the default state, is still good. The rotation, maybe yeah, something like this will do. And then we can see that we also have here which says rotation relative to. We can make the rotation relative to the page or to the path being drawn. Okay, and you can see the changes as I edit. So I'm going to leave it at path and then okay, and it now says whether I should apply the changes, and then just click apply. And I now take my brush. All our artwork will be created based on our new settings. Okay, so in fact we can just saturate our artboard with these flowers and create a very nice background. Okay, and use this as a very nice background. Perfect. It's possible to just export the artboard. Let me just try exporting into file, export. Let's export as. Okay, and then we just we'll use JPEG and then use artboard, and we want to export only artboard 2, so artboard 2 to 2, and then let's use this, let's name this background, and okay, export. And we don't have where we choose the color mode, so RGB, and I'm just going to make this 300. Okay, yeah, and our artboard has been exported. Now this is what we now have. We can use this to serve as a background if we want. Okay, perfect. Now on the next type of brush, maybe I'll just use the artboard tool to kind of separate the two artboards and create a new one by duplicating this one, the artboard 1, and just delete the work we have here. And next we're going to be looking at creating a Bristol brush. So create the ellipse and Shift X to give it the fill color, and when you just come here and then choose the Bristol brush. Okay, even though we have the art brush, let's just create the art brush first. So when you create the art brush, okay, and we of course have our options. We can change the name, we can stretch to fit stroke length, okay, or scale proportionately, and so on and so forth. We can select a key color. Let's just use tints, okay, and okay. Now we have our new brush, and when we take our brush tool, you can see that this is how the art brush works. This is how the art brush works. It just stretches our shape and creates a brush with it. Okay, stretches our shape in the path of the brush. That's simply how the art brush works. So let's try editing some of the options to see what we get. So you see, scale proportionately, this is what we now get. Okay, and basically not much, but you get the point. And that's it for the art brush. So I'm just going to create this guy again and give it a fill color and come and create my brush. Now I have the next one, which is the Bristol brush, and okay, and we have options for the Bristol brush. Let's just hit OK and then try to create a Bristol brush. We can see what the Bristol brush looks like, right? Kind of create this effect of let's see, watercolor. Okay, this watercolor effect, this kind of effect. So that's what the Bristol brush does. Now I'll click on it and let's try to change some of the settings so we can see what we get. Okay, so for increasing the size, this is what we get. The Bristol length, this is what we get. Okay, the Bristol density, this is what we get. The thickness, this is what we get. Okay, the paint opacity. Okay, and we have this one we call the stiffness, so it's either flexible or rigid. Perfect. So we are now asked whether to replace or to apply. Then we apply, and yeah, so this is now our brush. And of course we can change the color. Okay, so this is what we get. So I would like this effect. I'm gonna try to use the block tool and see if it's going to work with this brush. Okay, go back to the paintbrush tool. So that's it for the bridge tool brush. And finally, we're going to be creating the final one, which is called the pattern brush. So for this guy, we are going to be importing some images. Okay, so go to File and go to Open, and then drag out all of these images, all the selected ones. Drag them out like this. Okay, all of them, excluding this guy and excluding the background. Okay, so just drag them out, and okay, open. Okay, I actually have them all opened as different documents. So I'm just going to drag them into the existing one, or our project file. You know what, I'm just going to close them all and I'm going to import them. So there are actually other ways of bringing them, of course, you know by now. We can either place them or we can just drag them. The simplest way is to just drag them. So I'm just going to drag them. Okay, drag them. So drag them into Adobe Illustrator, and they are now imported. And this brush we have here, this artwork we have here, has a way of consuming our memory space. Okay, so in order to clean up some memory space, I'm just going to delete the whole thing. And yeah, Adobe Illustrator is now smooth again. We're going to create brushes with these images. Okay, with these images. So for this guy, I actually wanted to create the pattern brush with it, but I've changed my mind. I'm just going to delete. I'm not going to use it because I think it's not going to go down well. Now this is a dumbbell. This is a dumbbell, and for this guy, I want the size of this part here to fit into here to here. Okay, so I'm just going to reduce the size like this. Let's try to fit it in perfectly. Maybe scale it up a bit. Perfect. And I'm going to drag this guy to this point so that we have the other half of the dumbbell, or the other end of the dumbbell. So what I will do is I'll just reduce the sizes of these images like this. Now whenever you import an image into Illustrator and you see this X outline across the image, what Illustrator is telling you is that this image has a link outside Illustrator. Okay, so it's not fully in Illustrator, it has a file outside Illustrator which it links to. Okay, so that's it. So there's what we call embed image. So this function called embed image helps us to bring our images fully into Illustrator, and with that we can take the file of the Illustrator, like the file we're working on, and send it somewhere to a different computer where we do not have that image copied, and we'll still find our image inside. Okay, that's one thing we can do with embed image. And in order to create brushes also, we need to embed our images. So that's what we're going to do now. So select the image, come to properties panel, and where you see embed, just click on embed, and you can see that we no longer have the X outline. So select each of them and just embed. Now if we try creating the brush, let's see, we just drag it in and we try creating the brush, okay, the pattern brush, we can see that we won't be able to create it. Okay, so it means we really have to embed the image. So embed, perfect. And then the next thing to do is, of course, to create our brush, right? So drag it here and pattern brush and okay. And now we can see the option for the pattern brush. Let's give it the name road, okay, because it's a road image. Then for the scale, fixed is okay. And basically, let me just reduce the scale a bit. And then we have the colorization method. We have tint, we should leave it at tint, and stretch to fit. And with this now, we take our brush tool and just drag, holding down shift. Okay, and as you can see, we've now turned our image into a brush. Now when I zoom in, we can see that what Adobe Illustrator did is just took these images and multiplied them along the length of our brush, right? And we can even do curved shapes, okay, with our brush. But we can see this white line here, and it's just an error that happens when your image is not properly cut. Okay, and of course, if your line is too curved, you are definitely going to get this error even if you have a good image. So that's one thing you have to note. Yeah, that's it for this guy. And you can see that we can simply just create our road kind of design, right, using the brush, and everything goes perfectly. Yeah, so select everything and just delete, and then for this guy is a rope, and just select the guy and come and click and use your pattern. And now we can see that this is what we have, right? And the settings, so just leave everything the way it is. And okay, now take our brush and drag, and we can see that we are now able to create a very beautiful rope design using our custom brush. You should definitely take time to paint. Good. Yeah, so that's how our pattern brush will work. Now for the last one, we have a dumbbell, and what we have here, let me just delete this guy too. So we have a dumbbell, and then we have three parts to this. We have three parts. Okay, so the first one is the middle, or rather the first one is the left side, then the middle, then the right side. Now I'm going to select the middle, drag it in, okay, and select paintbrush. Okay, and let's see, dumbbell, and okay, perfect. Now we have our dumbbell brush here. Okay, now what if we want to have these guys at the edge, at the left and right edges of our dumbbell, right? Because a dumbbell doesn't just have the shaft here, right? It has the head and the other head, right? So what you do is select the first one, which is this one, and drag it there, and just hold down Alt and place it here, and okay. Select the second one, drag it there, hold down Alt and leave it here, and okay. Then we use our paint tool and just drag out. Now we see that this is our dumbbell. We've achieved our dumbbell, and we can even maybe use a pen tool and maybe create a stroke like this, and just come and give it this, and yeah, as you can see, it looks perfect. Good. Yes guys, and that will be it for the pattern brushes and for all the other types of brushes. So I'm just going to leave this artboard in an Illustrator file so you can have access to it, and I would love you to just go in and try to create and make sure you create this. Okay, just try to create this and many other more, maybe 3 more. Okay, you can just think of whatever word you like to have and then just create it using the calligraphic pen. Okay, and also practice and practice and practice, because that's the only way you will get used to whatever you're learning. That will be it for this lecture on custom brushes, and see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to be creating some custom brushes, some really cool custom brushes, and we're going to use them on our artwork to add highlights and shadows to our artworks. Okay, now these are green custom brushes. These are green brushes, and they kind of are a very trendy and modern way of adding shadows and highlights to our artworks to make our artworks come to life. Okay, so in order to start, I'm going to start with a preset, the common preset here. Yep, and then next thing I will do is kind of make my artboard bigger. Okay, something like this. And then now I will need to come to my ellipse tool and start creating the brushes. Okay, so right now I'm just going to create one ellipse, one circle, remove the stroke and give it a black fill color. Okay, and then what I'll do is come to my layers panel, create a new layer, then drag it beneath the first one, and then just come and create another circle like this, and then give it the stroke, shift X, give it the stroke, and then this new layer will serve as a guide for my brush. Okay, remember we are creating noise brushes. Okay, so this will kind of serve as a guide, and I'm going to populate the space here with these dots. Okay, and I'm going to have a variety of them. I'm not just going to use one, so I'm going to also duplicate this guy and have some other ones. I'm going to just increase the size of our artboard. Okay, so we can have 4 versions. This good. And for this layer now, I'm just going to lock this layer so you can select, and I'm going to start with this guy here. So I'm just going to start by kind of creating this one and then show you how it works. Okay, so I'm going to select the guy and then hold down Alt and just duplicate, hold down Alt, duplicate, hold down Alt, duplicate. Okay, then we can select all of them, Alt and duplicate. We can copy and paste, copy and paste. Okay, copy and paste. Okay, copy and paste. So the aim is just to populate the whole area with these shapes. Okay, so for this first one, we're going to have them the same size. Okay, all of them will be the same size. Okay, but for the other ones, we might have varying sizes. But for this one, all of them should be the same size. Just holding on Alt and duplicating. Alt, drag, Alt, drag, Alt, drag. Duplicating. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly show you how the whole thing works. Okay, so just off this layer and select all of them, and then go to your brush panel. Okay, with your brush panel, and then just click on add new brush, and we're going to use the scatter brush. Okay, so click OK, and now we have the name here. Let's just use the default name because we're just kind of experimenting. Okay, and then for the colorization method, let's just give it tint, and for now just click OK, and then come to your brush tool, select your brush tool, just try to paint. Now you see what we then have. Okay, and just select your brush here, and then come and let's try to edit these options. Okay, because we are not just trying to achieve this organized look, we're trying to use it to paint shadows and highlights, so it's not going to be just this clean and organized. Okay, so the thing we'll do is make all of them random and just try to play around. Okay, while the preview of course is on, just try to play around. We reduce the size. This is what we have. We're just going to keep the size like this, and the spacing, just going to play around to see what we can achieve. Okay, now for the scatter, we're going to play around to see what we can achieve. Okay, then for rotation, I think we can work with this, so we can just click OK and apply strokes. And now when we come to our brush tool and try to paint, we can see that our changes have been affected. Okay, so this is just how we use them. And then let me just take time to show you how we will apply them to our drawing or our shape. Right, maybe we have a shape like this, and then we have it colored purple. Okay, yeah, purple, and then maybe we have no stroke on it. Right now, the way we're going to do this is we need to paint inside the shape, and Illustrator gives us the ability to do that. We see these three options here. This one allows us to draw normally. So with this selected, whatever we're going to draw is going to be outside the shape, which is the normal way of drawing. But with this guy selected, okay, we're going to be able to draw behind the shape. So it means when we come, when, for example, we come and select this guy here and try to change the color maybe and draw, we'll be drawing behind this shape. Okay, behind these shapes, behind and behind and behind. And then while for the last one, which is draw inside, when you select your shape and you click on draw inside, you're going to see this kind of guide. Okay, and this shows you that you can now draw inside your shape. So you just select what you want to draw, change the color, and then just draw. Now we can see that we are now drawing inside our shape, not outside our shape. Okay, so this is what we're going to use to kind of add these shadows and highlights with our custom brushes. So just select your brush, and actually before we select our brush, we'll need to have shades of this color, right? We need to have the dark shade, we need to have the bright shade. Okay, so we need to have some dark shades and some bright shades. So let's duplicate the guy. Okay, and then let's just duplicate a third one. So for this one, come here, hold down shift and click, and then hold down shift and try to either brighten or darken our color. Remember how we did it the last time? Just darken your color, and then we can even darken it more. If this method is not working, we can just come here and just try to do it manually. Okay, So yeah, we have this dark shade. Let's try to have a bright shade. Let's come here and brighten up the color. Okay, maybe we could even have a brighter shade, brighter than this one. And then maybe we should have one other shade which is not as dark as this one, right? So just brighten it up a bit. Good. So right now, when we select our paint tool and then select our eyedropper tool and kind of sample this color, now we can draw inside our shape. Okay, we can now draw inside our shape. I don't know why I'm not seeing the option to draw inside here. So right now, when we select our shape, we see these two options here, and we see this clip group. Okay, now what happened is when we tried painting inside the other time, Adobe Illustrator turned our shape into a clipping mask. Okay, that's why we were able to draw inside the shape. So in order to kind of continue or kind of do paint inside right now, we won't be able to just take the paintbrush tool and paint inside, because when we select it right now, we see that this option is now grayed out. So the best thing to do is right click and then release clipping mask. So when we release clipping mask, we then see that it's no longer a clipping group or a clip group, it's now a normal ellipse, and this our option is now back. Okay, so what you need to do is kind of paint inside. Okay, as far as you see these dotted lines around the shape, it means you can now paint inside. So I'm going to select the paintbrush. First of all, I'm going to select this and sample this color, then select the paintbrush tool and just try to start painting inside. Now you can see that we are now painting inside our shape. Okay, then eyedropper tool and just kind of choose this guy. Okay, so we can add a bit more light to our dark shade. Okay, and maybe now take this guy. Okay, and then just take the brush tool, just try to create the shade like this, and then finally maybe this one, paintbrush tool, to create. So this might not be perfect, but you get the point, you get the idea of using our paintbrush, our custom brushes, to add kind of noise to our drawings. Okay, so what we are going to do next, we are going to take our time to create 3 more variations of our custom brush here, and we're going to use these brushes to add texture, light and shadows to our artworks. Okay, and I'm going to use 2 artworks which we created from the beginner course. I'm going to make them available in the projects folder so you can download them. Okay, so we can all work along. What I will then do now is just delete this one here. Since we are done, you now get the point, and I'm going to unback our guides here and just try to continue creating these brushes. So I'm going to just keep duplicating. I want to add more here. Okay, so of course I'm just selecting and holding down Alt and dragging. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so I think I'm okay with this one here. The next one will be similar to this one, but we'll have them not this plenty. Okay, not this plenty and not close to each other like this. Okay, we just have them far away from each other, so we're just going to delete some of them here. So I'm selecting randomly and hitting delete to delete them. So I can just delete a large chunk of them and just try to kind of spread them out like this. Okay, pull on Alt and spread them out. Okay, so I think this should do for this other brush. Then for the next one, I'm just going to select everything here, hold down Alt and drag them here. So for these ones, I'm going to make some of them bigger. Okay, make some of them bigger and bigger. There will be of varying sizes, some of them bigger, some of them even smaller than what we have already. You can just select randomly and kind of make smaller. Okay. So we're going to just take out time to do this. Okay, and I'm just going to take my time to do this, and I will come back after I'm done and satisfied with all the others. Okay, that's with this one and this one. So I'm just going to fast forward the video to when I'm done, so we don't make the video unnecessarily long. So guys, I've been able to complete my brushes. I'm just going to zoom in so you see what I have done. Okay, and so you can just pause the video and try to replicate what we have here. Okay, so you can follow along. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to import or open our projects. That's the ones we're going to use. So just come to File and come to Open. Come to the folder, the projects folder, that's brushes and textures, and you're going to see add green 01 and adding green 02. Okay, so just select the both of them and open. Okay, so these are the projects we're going to add green to. Okay, now first thing we'll do is I think we should reduce the sizes a bit because they will affect the size of the brush, and I actually want us to be able to work with tiny particles. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to import these projects into our new project, right? So just come and import them. So I'm just copying them and pasting here, and then we're going to create new artboards for them. So I'm just going to close these guys now. So I'm not adding the shadows in these original files, so you can be able to access them as they are and import them here and do the work. Okay, so you can access the files just as they are. And next thing I'm going to do is kind of create artboards. So select the artboard tool and just draw out one of random size. Okay, and let's just duplicate this one. You can see that we've duplicated some of the objects touching the first artboard, so I'm just going to delete them, and I'm going to kind of arrange our objects properly on our artboard. Perfect. Now for this one, I really want to reduce the sizes of these brushes. Really want to reduce them because they will be used on these artworks, and as you can see, these artworks are of very small sizes, so we need to reduce the size of the brush or the brushes. So just reduce the size. Okay, good. I'm just going to increase it again. Okay, good. And one other thing you have to understand, that reducing the sizes will also help performance, because using large brush sizes will slow down the computer. Now we have our brushes. I'm just going to create them right now. And there is one other thing that you can add to your brushes to make them really look good. Okay, you can add more variations by adding an effect. Maybe just come to effect and then distort and transform and add in the roughen effect. So when you add the roughen effect, you then see that you now have them not just round, okay, but you have them in different shapes. Okay, so the shapes are not just regular round shapes. The shapes are now kind of squared and zigzagged or kind of roughened. So that's one thing you can do, and I'm actually tempted to do that. So let's just do that, I guess. Okay, I'm just going to increase the size a bit, maybe 1%. I want the effect to be very subtle. Okay, then let's use smooth and see what we have. Okay, smooth kind of smoothens the whole thing. So maybe with smooth we can now kind of increase our size and it won't look bad, right? So let me just okay and see what we now have. So yeah, this is what we now have. They are not regular ellipses or circles anymore. They have been given this roughen effect. Okay, and you know what, I'm just going to do the same thing for the remaining. So come to effect and we can just apply the last effect here. Okay, so instead of going to distort and transform and then roughen again, you can just come and apply it, and it's going to just apply the same settings we have here. You can do that for these guys too, and then for these guys too. Perfect. And the next thing we'll do is we'll just expand them, objects, expand appearance, select them, objects, expand appearance, select, objects, expand appearance, okay, objects, expand appearance. And then now it's time to create our brushes. So just maybe reduce them a bit more, okay, and yeah, make do with this. So the next thing I'm going to do is select our brush or our shapes here and drag them here. Remember, there are two ways to do this. You can either drag them, or you can just come and click the new brush icon here or button here. Right, so we choose the scatter brush and okay, we have noise, let's name it noise 1, okay, and okay. Then let's quickly edit the brush. So this is our brush, so just double click on it and just come make all these random, right, just like we did before, and try to change settings to achieve newer looks. So let's come to colorization and put tints and select tints and just apply. Let's try our brush now and see what we can come up with. Okay, so this is what we have with our new brush, and I kind of like what we have. So select everything and delete. Now we're done with the first brush. I'm just going to select them and group them and have it kept at one side, and I'm going to make this file available so you can also look at them for yourself or see them for yourself, right? That's the brushes I have used. So the next thing we do is select these guys, click on create and scatter. Let's make this noise 2 and okay. Then select our brush tool. Let's try to paint randomly. Then double click on your brush. Then random, 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 and for this guy tints. Okay, and then let's just play with our random settings. So there is no specific way of doing this. Just keep playing with the settings till you achieve what you think is right. Okay, you know what? I think I'm just going to use what we have here. I'm going to use what we have here. Okay, just yeah, I think the spacing will do the trick. Okay guys, I'll just go with what we have here. Okay, so I'll go with what we have here and then click OK and apply strokes. And yeah, we now have our brush. And we paint what we get. Good. So select everything and delete. Just drag to the left hand side like this. Now the next guy is this one. So select them and then scatter brush. And the name will be noise tree, right? Good. Then OK. And just come to your brush tool. So double click here and then let's of course make them random. Okay. And yeah, I am okay with this one. So delete and just drag everything here, and I'm just going to group them. Okay, I'm going to group this group. Yeah, so I'm going to tick all the groups to one side, and finally we have this one. So select everything and click and scatter brushes, and then noise 4. And OK. Use our brush tool to paint. This is what we have. Double click and just change everything to random. And let's play with our settings to see what we can come up with. And method should be tints like always, and OK. And we can now group this guy, Ctrl G, and bring it to this side. Select everything and delete. Now we can start painting on our drawings, right? So just delete this artboard because it's not useful right now. Delete it. Let's start painting on our drawings. So for this, okay, let's start with this one. So let's ungroup them, then select this guy, then we're just going to paint inside, right? So paint inside, and then we let's use this one, this brush, and then need a stroke. Let's give it a darker tint and see. Now this is what we are achieving. Just try to choose another brush. Let me choose this guy, this canty one. Okay. Yep. Let's change the tint again, make it brighter. Let's make it very closer to the main color. Select the eyedropper tool, choose the main color. Let's make it very closer to the main color. Okay, I'm just going to make it brighter a bit. Just paint. Eyedropper tool. Okay, and then let's choose the eyedropper tool again, so we can make darker tints this time. Okay, darker tints, and then maybe I'll choose a different brush this time. I'll choose this guy. Yeah, maybe choose. Okay, so this is the first brush we created, so we're not using it, we're using these other ones, these new ones. You see the size of that brush is very big. So as you can see, we have given our shape here some shadows, some midtones, and some highlights, and we can keep going on and on and on and on. Okay, all you need to do is just select our eyedropper tool, sample the color, make it darker or brighter, and then we paint. Yeah, I'm just going to I'm going to choose this method of making my colors brighter. Try doing this. So I'm okay with what we have here, and with this we are done with our first shape, and now we can move to the next one. Yeah, so now we can move to the next shape, and the next shape will be this shape. So select the shape, click on paint inside. I'll draw inside and select your eyedropper tool, sample the color. Let's make it darker. And let's use our paint to start painting. So I'm painting in the wrong direction. I'm just going to make the shadows be at this point. Okay. Really, we can just use one brush to do the whole thing, but having multiple brushes will make the whole thing interesting. So that's why I'm using multiple brushes. So for this one, we're just going to make the tints a bit darker, make the color a bit darker. Then yeah. Okay, and then I think I have an idea. Maybe I'll just saturate the whole thing with the mid-tone so that I now have this color as the highlight. Okay, I now have this main color as the highlight, and let me just do it. Okay. Let's use this guy. So what I need to do now is just to sample this color and then paint. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, I like what we have so far. Okay, the next shape we'll be handling is this shape. The next shape we'll be handling. So let me try, yeah. So this is the shape we'll be handling. So select the shape and then draw inside and sample the color, make it darker. Use your brush to paint. Choose this brush, make the color darker, and then just create this shadows here. I feel like using a different brush. I don't like the way it's just okay, let me just use this one. So I'm just going to do the same thing I did here. Right now I'm just going to populate this place with the mid-tone, and then I'll just use this main color as a highlight. Perfect. And then sample this one and use it as the highlight. Good guys, I like what we have so far, and now we are left with these 4 shapes or 5 shapes. So I'm going to use this one now. I'm going to do this right here. I'm going to use this one now. So come and sample your color, make it darker. Make it really darker, and B for brush. Then let's paint. So most at times, to achieve effects like this, designers tend to download brushes. We prefer to download brushes, and that's another way of doing that. But I feel a simpler way is just to create yours. Why don't you just create yours? Yeah. You can see that even the ones we created are really good. They will easily compete with some of the ones you have out there for sale. Okay. So that's the importance of creating your own brushes. Perfect. I like what we have here. Let's move to the next shape. And this will be the next shape. Select the guy and paint inside. Let's just make the color darker. Or let's make it brighter. Let's just make it brighter and paint at this side. So let's paint here. Okay. Let's make a darker color. Just paint here. Okay. So good. We're done with this shape. Now the next one will be this yellow. Okay. So paint inside. Make our tint darker. Set your brush. Just start painting. Okay. I'm just going to paint only the shadows for this one. And I'm just going to use, since they're the same color, I'm going to work with this one now. So take a brush and sorry, I haven't painted the darker color. And lastly, we are going to work on this one. So select the shape and paint inside, then give it a darker shade. Select the brush, just paint inside. I feel like just making a brighter shade and painting here so as to make this color stand out from the red color. Okay, I'm just going to sample and make it brighter. Use the brush. Perfect. So far so good. I like what we have been able to come up with. And yeah, so this is the level of detailing you can achieve by just creating your own brushes and using them. Okay, now we have the second one here, and this will be classwork. Okay, so I just want you to come and use the brushes we've been able to create and just kind of give highlights and shadows to this bird, and I would love to see what you can come up with. And with this, we've come to the end of this lecture, and I am sure you've learned something new and something interesting. Hope to see you in the next one. Guys, and welcome back. So in the last lecture, we learned how to create our own custom brushes, okay, our own custom noise brushes, and even use them on artworks. Now in this lecture, we're going to be actually doing something cool. We're going to be creating a character figure and then using our custom made brushes to kind of add shadows and highlights and texture to our character. Now in the projects folder, you come across these files. Okay, I have two files here. These are what we're going to be creating in the course of this video. Now, this is our character. You can see this is kind of a modern, trendy way of character illustration. I'm sure you've seen characters with this look before if you are a good follower of illustrations, right? So this is the character we're going to be creating. Okay, first of all, we're going to draw the character, and then in the second video that follows, we are going to add these green effects, these green highlights and shadows to this character. So when I zoom in, you see all the detailing. You can see that a lot of work has been put into this character. Okay, and this particular one has the background, while this one just has a plain background. Okay, and we're going to be creating this in this video. So come to Adobe Illustrator, and then let's come and open. So when you open, you're going to see this exercise 1. Okay, just open exercise 1. Just come to the projects folder and open exercise 1. All the files will be made available to you. So this is the character we're going to be creating, but I would like us to kind of draw out the character from scratch so that hopefully you get to refresh your memory on the tools we're going to be using. Okay, so in order to add the greens, one thing I will have to confess to is that I made some changes to the brushes. Okay, I made some changes to the brushes. So if you import the brushes from the previous video, or if you come and open this file, because this file will be made available to you, you'll see that these are the brushes we created, right? 4 of them. These are the brushes we created. And what I did is I just came and I spread them out a bit. Okay, I observed that when we have them in this kind of circular shape, this kind of specific shape, and we paint, we just get our painting take this circular form, and that's not natural for brushes like this, right? So what I did was I just spread them out a bit. So this is this guy, this one is this guy, and this guy is this guy, and this guy is this guy. Okay, so how did I do that? Let me just give you a quick tutor of how I did that. So we have them as a group, right? All you need to do is let me just duplicate this by holding down Alt and dragging. So just ungroup them, okay, and then you just spread them out like this. Just spread them out like this. And while spreading them out, the bounding box, okay, that's the blue square around the shapes, might interfere in such a way that instead of trying to drag it out like this, you then make a mistake and just maybe scale it like this. Okay, so that's because we have these bounding box. You might not experience it here, but when you come to start dealing with very tiny particles like we have here, you are definitely going to experience that problem. Okay, so that's one of the problems you might experience. So in order to sort this, you can just come to your view, and then where you see bounding box, okay, hide bounding box, you can just click here, and then we have it hidden. Okay, and if you also want to hide your anchor points, all you need to do is Control H, and then they're all hidden. So you'll freely be able to spread your shape out or your brush out like this, okay, without any interference from the bounding box or the anchor points. Okay, so that's one thing you need to note. So just do this for all the other brushes, and then let's have them look like this, so we can have them look like this. Okay, and then one thing I didn't cover from the last lecture is how to kind of export our brushes, okay, our custom brushes, so as to use in other projects or so as to sell them in the market. Okay, because of course there are people selling brushes, you can buy brushes, you can get some of them for free. Okay, and these people are people like us who just know the skill of creating custom brushes, right? So in order to kind of have these custom brushes as separate files so you can import them into future projects or sell them online, all you need to do is copy them. Okay, so we are going to presently just try to create them as a custom library. Okay, so just copy all of them. I'm just going to go and turn on my bounding box, okay, show bounding box, okay, and maybe Control H to bring back the anchor point. Okay, and then just select all of them and just Control C, and we're going to create a new document so I can show you how to turn these custom brushes into real brush files which you can use in future lessons and also kind of sell them online. Okay, now select the guy, go to your brushes and just add them. Okay, so we make them scatter, and then let's make it noise brush 1, and of course you know the steps. So we just come and take our brush tool and try to draw our stuff, and yeah, this is what we get. And then just come and let's make everything here random, okay, so as to get the best settings for our brush. Okay, okay, and then for colorization, let's make it tints and okay. Okay, now we're done with the first one. You can delete, and for the second one you just select and add, and then scatter brush, and let's see noise brush 2, and colorization tints and okay. So let's draw with our brush, and of course you can see that it's taking the shape I was talking to you about, right? It's taking the circular shape, but of course here it's a little bit better because we've spread the whole thing out. So let's try to work on our brush to see how we can make it better. So turn everything to random, just try to play around with the options like this. Yes, and okay, and now we're done with this one. And for these guys now, just select them and create a scatter brush and noise brush 3 and okay. Then take a brush tool and just make painting like this. Okay, select everything and come and change everything here to random, and play around with the settings. And okay, apply strokes. And then finally we have these guys here. Now select them and create a scatter brush and noise brush 4. Okay, and then use our brush tool to just make a painting like this and try to edit our options. Everything should be random, and then this guy should be tints, and then let's try to play around with our settings, right? Good guys, so I'm okay with our settings here, and click apply and delete everything. Now from now on, you can now delete everything we have here, and then what you then need to do is come to your brushes panel, and select all the brushes here and just delete them apart from your custom brushes. Just delete them. Okay, delete, and okay, you can delete this one. So these other ones, you can definitely delete them. Yeah, so guys, we have this one here which we cannot delete, and then we have these other ones which are our custom made brushes, and this one which we cannot delete. So next thing to do is just come here and save brushes. Okay, now let's go to our projects folder, and just create a new folder and name it custom made brush library. Okay, let's make it our custom made brush library, and then go inside and name noise brushes and save. Now when we go to our projects folder, we see that this is our library. Now this is our library. Okay, now this is our library. Now all you need to do is just close this file now, and let's try to import our library and see what we get. So create a new file, a new project rather, and then maybe let's have maybe an ellipse here. Just remove the stroke and give it blue color. Okay, now all you need to do is come here and drag in your custom don't drag it in here, don't drag it to this piece. Just come here and drag it into the projects panel. Okay, so you drag and drop, and now we can see that we now have our brushes here. And we can start to work on them, or to work with them immediately. So you can create your maybe ellipse. Okay, and then draw inside and just select your brush, and you can and right away you can start painting. So now you can start painting. You see, so that's how to kind of create your brushes and export them. Okay, so that's how to export your brushes. Now we are going to recreate this drawing here, and then we're going to add the textures to make it look like what we have here. Okay, so the first thing I'll do is come to our artboard tool, just kind of duplicate this artboard, bring it to the side like this, and then just delete what we have here. Just delete it, and come to file and place, and then here we have the images. So we're just going to place this one without the noise background. So just place it and drag it out like this. Perfect. Now we are just going to trace out this drawing. So just come to layers, create a new layer, and we're going to work on this layer. So for this one, I'm just going to reduce the opacity of the drawing. I'm just going to reduce the opacity of the drawing maybe to 45, and then I'm going to lock the layer and select our new layer. So we're going to draw on our new layer. So the next thing we'll do is just take our pen tool and then try to start drawing. So I'm going to right away start to draw this part of the hair here. So this is how we draw in Adobe Illustrator. I'm very sure you are familiar with this. So after drawing the parts, I want to see beneath it and I want to maintain the color, right? So I'm just going to first of all sample the color we need, which is this color. So I'm using the eyedropper tool, okay, while selecting that part. I'm using the eyedropper tool, and this is the eyedropper tool, and I'm just going to click to sample the color, okay, and I'm then going to use Shift X to change the color or change the fill color to the stroke color, and then we are just going to now draw out this part of the hair. Mustn't be as exact as what we have here, just make it close. So I'm just going to close the shape here and take my direct selection tool and try to play around with what we have here to make it look perfect. And of course, I'm using my mouse wheel and Alt to kind of zoom in and zoom out and move around my drawing. So I like what we have here, and all you then need to do is select the shape, select your eyedropper tool and sample the purple color for the hair, and Control 0, and kind of Shift X to kind of swap the stroke with the fill color, and I'm just going to arrange and send it to back so it's behind this hair ribbon here. And selecting the pen tool, I'm going to now draw the remaining of the hair, the remaining part of the hair. Okay, A for my direct selection tool, and I'll try to play around with the handles to achieve a more fluid look. Perfect. And we should also take this behind our ribbon, so arrange and send to back. Perfect. Now select your pen tool and continue your drawing. So for these parts, I'll just start here, and then come here and just try to create the head like this. Perfect. And for the other parts of the head, we can just create it like this. Okay, good. And select your eyedropper tool with eye and just come and sample the color here, and of course send it to the back. Arrange and send to back. And you can send it to the back by also using this shortcut here, arrange and shift control open bracket. Okay, you can use this for your shortcut. Okay, and the next thing will be to draw the ear. Maybe I should use the curvature tool so you get a taste of how the curvature tool works in case you do not know. Okay, so this is how we typically use the curvature tool. Very sweet and easy to use tool. So we are going to eye and sample this color, and then of course send it to the back. And instead of swapping the colors, let's just leave them like this, because there isn't much work to be done here any longer. So for the neck, I'm just going to draw this out like this, and come and click on the last anchor point to make it an angular anchor point. Okay, so to eliminate the other handle and then give it an angle like this, so we can draw a straight line like this. For this one, I'm just going to draw and drag, then zoom out, zoom in, hit I for your eyedropper tool and sample. Arrange and send to back. And for this one, we will do similar. So we can just start from here. Okay, so we can handle this these parts first. Okay, and then drag this, drag it out like this. And because it's going to interfere with my remaining drawing, I'm just going to shift X to give it a show color instead of a fill color. I'm going to use my A tool, that's my direct selection tool, to try to even out my curve like this. And then come here, use your add anchor point tool, and we're going to add an anchor point here. Select your A tool and select your anchor point and just drag it out like this. Perfect. Select this guy also and drag it out like this. Perfect. And maybe drag this handle like this. Select your pen tool and continue your drawing. And I'm just going to stop here. I'm going to stop here. I won't continue drawing the hand here because this is a different shape. Okay, and so just stop here and then make this, of course, an angle so you can draw this other part like this. Okay, Ctrl Z to undo, and let's try to get it perfectly. So for this other one, I'm also drawing it out like this. I'm not drawing the breast. The breast is a separate shape entirely on its own. So draw the hands like this, and just keep drawing. Okay, and finally try to draw this piece like this, and continue. Now use A for your direct selection tool, and let's try to even out our drawing like this. Perfect. So P for your pen tool, and sorry, just go back to your direct selection tool, and I feel it will be good for us to kind of work on this part. So here we have our curved icon here, right? And we can just drag to increase the curvature. And really, I'm supposed to cover some of the features of this curved function here, because we just covered the one feature which will give us a curve when we drag, but I haven't covered the other features which can be seen when we double click the point. Okay, so when we double click the point, we have some other features which we can use. So I'm just going to maybe come to this later. So let's just continue our drawing. Continue. Click and drag. Include it. It's like your A tool. Try to even out your drawing like this. Sorry, Control Z. Perfect. And for this guy, let's give it this color, and Shift X to give it a stroke so it doesn't interfere with the remaining work we have. And let's try to draw the hand now. So click, 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 and click, and you can just leave it as this. Later on, we're going to add the stroke profile and so on and so forth. Now select your pen tool, and let's try to create this part of the hand. Okay, and we can just bring it here like this. Perfect. The next thing will be to create the breast. The breast is just what we have here. Perfect. And E for my direct selection tool to even out the drawing like this, like this. Perfect. So let's continue to draw the lower part of the drawing. We're going to start here and come here and just draw it out like this, and kind of like this, and like this, and like this, and like this. close it out like this, and let's just make the hip here, her hips here, more curvy, just like the drawing. Perfect. So for this guy, we need to give this fill color. And one thing we do need to sort here, okay? Arrange and send to back, arrange and send to back. So one thing we do need to sort here is this leg, okay? So this one is kind of a different leg. This one is kind of a different leg. So what I'll just do is I'll select the whole thing and create a duplicate, and I will now use my shape builder tool and kind of alt and delete these other parts. Kind of use my A tool and delete this anchor point. So we have this line like this, and then for this one, I'm just going to take my shape builder tool and just delete this guy. That's holding down Alt, okay, and clicking. So that's what I would do. And then for this guy, I will really want this one to have a cut here, right? So what I'll do is I'll just come here and take my scissors tool, okay, then sorry, not my scissors tool, I'm just going to, you know what, I'm just going to come and take my pen tool and draw out a drawing like this, a line like this rather, and select this guy, try to align it here, select this guy, try to align it here. Now select the both of them, and then just go to my Pathfinder and then divide. So this is divide, so divide. With that, we'll now have this as a separate shape. Okay, I think it didn't divide properly. Why didn't it divide properly? See what's happening. Okay, if it's not gonna work properly, we can do this as well. Just drag it like this and select everything, yeah, and divide. Now you can delete the lines here, and yeah, we can also just come here and create another divide. Select and divide, and just come and kind of delete the middle here and delete these guys here. Okay, and you know what, you can just select this anchor point and delete, select this anchor point and delete. Now we have the straight line here, and what then we need to do is just come and just kind of align these guys here like this. After which I'm going to close my my Pathfinder and just align these other ones here. That's this other leg. Okay, align it with what we have here and arrange and send to back. Now we can furthermore delete the unneeded part of this by just double clicking to go to isolation mode and just using A and just kind of dragging like this. Okay, maybe you even delete this one. Okay, perfect. So I just hit escape to take it back to the normal mode, and then select the both of them, that's the boot parts, and Shift X to give it a stroke. And right away we can see that we have a problem on this shape, and all we need to do is just come and join this part with this part, and yeah, we have everything perfect now. Now select your pen tool and try to draw out the shoe here. Give it this color. course, the next leg. You can shift X for the stroke. Perfect. Now we need to draw the hands here, right? So click and drag. Or just delete. Click and click. And drag. Sorry, Ctrl Z. Sometimes my computer turns Y on the keyboard to Z and Z to Y. I really don't know why it does that, and that's why when I do Ctrl Z right now, you see it in this mode instead of undoing. Okay, so when I experience this kind of problem, all I do is now Ctrl Y instead of Ctrl Z. So you might get to experience this a little bit more often. Okay, so drag the hand like this, and like this, and like this, and like this, and then sample the color here. Go back to drawing and arrange, and let's see, center backwards. Okay, just draw this one out. When we come to add color and arrange everything perfectly, we're going to deal with that. Select this guy, give it a black color, and increase the stroke, and maybe 2. Put it down, or maybe 3 should do. And then we have these parts here. Click and drag. We have this part here. Click and drag. So we can just select the both of them. You know what? We can even just bring the points here, and this other one also bring it here, so that they meet at this juncture. Perfect. Now select the both of them and go to properties, click on stroke, go to profile, and give them this profile. And you can also do this here. You want to go to properties, so maybe we should increase the stroke, and then we need to draw the bags, right? We need to draw the bags, and then we need to draw the flower vase. So for the bags, you come and get this guy, click here, this guy here, this guy here, this guy here. Guy here. So select all of them, hit I, and just come and sample the stroke here, and increase, of course, the stroke size. Maybe we leave it at 1, and then try to create these other parts here. We draw like this, and like this, like this. Shift X, and maybe we'll give it a darker color. Let's just sample the original. Okay, I and sample, and then draw. Shift X, give it a stroke, and let's draw the next guy. For this guy, we'll be sampling a brighter shade of purple. Let's still give it a stroke, Shift X, so you can draw the black lines here. So I'm just hitting escape to end the drawing. So when I draw and hit escape, I can now end the present drawing and continue drawing. And when I hit escape, I hit escape. And, okay, so just for you to know, in case you don't know. And we'll continue our drawing here. We'll click, sorry, click, and click, and then sample the color, hit P for your pen tool, click and click, yeah, come and sample this color, give it a stroke, Shift X, take your pen tool, and now try to create these guys in the middle. Escape, click, and escape. And select both of them, hit I, and give them your stroke like this. So hit P, the pen tool, click and click, and then close and sample the dark purple. Okay, click the guy here. Okay, sorry, the layer is locked, so you can click. So just give it a stroke, Shift X, then click and click, and click, and give it this sheet here, P. Let's just give it a stroke instead, and then P, or select your pen tool, click and click, escape, click and click. Perfect. Now for this guy, for these guys, let's hit I and give them this stroke, or let's just select all the strokes, all the strokes here, or all the shapes here, and give them a black color, or this shade of black. Okay, now we can now bring back our colors, Shift X, and this one needs to be above this one. So select the shapes, select the strokes here, arrange, send to front. Good. This one needs to be behind this guy here, so arrange, send to back. Perfect. Now this guy looks perfect here, and this guy looks perfect also. So for this guy, Shift X to give it the color, the fill color, and just try to adjust this guy like this. And for this one, I'm going to Shift X and then send it to the back. And for this guy, we'll do Shift X, and yeah, we have what we are looking for. Now for the V's, I feel like copying what we have here because I don't want to waste a lot of time. So I'm just going to unlock this layer and just drag everything here like this, and put down Alt and bring it here. So the most complex part of this, it seems I've done something else. Sorry. I'll just copy it again. So hold down Alt, drag and drop. Perfect. So Now, you know what I'll do? I'll just lock this layer and select this guy. Okay, and select the background layer, Control X to copy, and come here to this layer and unlock it, and then Control F to paste in place, and just lock back this layer. So for this other guy, the most complex thing here is just using the shape builder tool. It's a very simple drawing. Okay, just draw the leaf like this. Okay, just draw the leaf like this. And then for these holes, all I did was I used a pen tool, created structures like this. Okay, maybe give it a green color, and then maybe do this and select the both of them, arrange and transform and reflect and copy. Just do something like this. You get the point. Now select all of them and then come to your shape builder tool and click it, and then hold down Alt and click, hold down Alt and click, hold down Alt and click, and drag, Alt and drag, Alt and drag. And now we have these cuts here, and I just duplicated and rotated them and just added this stroke effect. So basically that's what I did, nothing much. I'm just going to hold down Alt and bring this guy here because I forgot to copy the one here. So perfect. Maybe I just will reflect it. Okay, just rotate this, and perfect. So I'm just going to delete this guy, and we're going to start working on bringing all our colors to life. So select this guy, Shift X for color, and we're just going to unback this layer and just hit I and sample the color. And for the body, I'm going to Shift X to bring the color back, and for this guy I'm going to Shift X, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring it to the front. But from that, I'm going to Control C, Control F to copy and paste in place, and instead of giving it a color now or a fill color, I'm going to give it a stroke color and boost the stroke, and then give it this profile here. And you know what, for this guy, arrange, bring to front, Shift X and Control C, Control F, and then give it a stroke color, Shift X, and instead of this, give it a black color, boost up the stroke and give it a nice profile. And for this guy, I'm going to Shift X, arrange, send to back. For this guy, I'm going to Shift X, arrange, send to back. Okay. For this guy, I'm going to Shift X, arrange, send to back. For this guy also, I'm going to Shift X, and we don't need to send it back. Maybe we should arrange and send to back. Perfect. Now we're left with this guy. Select Shift X, select Shift X, and if we just choose our layer here or hide our layer here, you can see that we have achieved our drawing. Achieved our drawing. You can compare it with what we have here, and maybe these strokes should be a little bit thicker. Okay, so boost up the stroke by 1, and for these guys we could make them 1 more pixel thicker. Okay, so just select all of them and boost up the stroke by 1 more pixel. Make it 2. Drag and select these 2, and for this guy I'm going to send it to the back. For this guy and this guy, I'm going to send them to the back. so they appear behind this hand. And with this, we have come to the end of our lecture, and we've been able to redraw our character. Okay, so in the next video, we're going to paint our character with our custom brushes. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're actually going to be painting on our character. Okay, we're going to add those shadows, add those highlights that make the whole thing look good and textured. Okay, like this. We're going to turn our character to this. Yeah, so go back to Adobe Illustrator, and first things first, select your character and then select the draw inside function here. Activate the draw inside function here, and when you see the box here, you know that now you can draw inside. So we're going to start by selecting our brush here. So select the brush. I have my brushes here. Okay, so I have my brushes here, so select the brush, and of course I'm going to have this copy here so you can access the file and then follow along. Okay, and you have to know that using paints, using this sort of brushes will add weight to your drawing, will add weight to your project, and it might eventually slow down, or it will eventually slow down your computer. So you just have to take note of that. If possible, do not overdo it. Okay, so I'm going to take my brush now, select my brush, and then maybe sample my color and Shift X, and then select back my brush. And when I paint now, okay, I won't be able to see what I've painted. I just need to really make this darker. Okay, when I paint now, you see that my painting appears now inside my my shape. So we're also going to undo this. Okay, and then I'll maybe make it a little bit darker, and I'm just going to come to stroke, and I'm going to use a smaller stroke here. So let's use 0.5 first and see, and immediately you can see that I am now painting inside my shape. Inside my shape, we're going to paint around like this to give it that shadow kind of look. Okay, I'm going to change my brush to something more dramatic. Let's use this guy and draw. Shift Control Z, and I want to maybe reduce the size to this. So there's no specific way to do this. There's no specific and right way to do this. Just make sure you use the right brush stroke size, and then make sure your highlights and your shadows come to life, right? Yeah, so I'm just going to keep painting. Yeah, keep painting and keep painting. Maybe just take this to 1. It's too much. So we're going to do it outside so we can have the aftermath effect here. Okay, that makes sense. And the next thing I'll do is just brighten up my color. Maybe I'll just sample the main color and then try to brighten it up. Good. And then select my stroke. Maybe I'll just use this scanty one, B brush. Then maybe I'll just use this. Okay. Maybe we should increase our stroke 0.5. and keep drawing. And already, as you can see, our drawing is beginning to come to life. Let's compare it with what we have here. And you can see that we even have brighter shades here, brighter than what we are currently having. I will not go to the extreme with this. I'm just going to be moderate. Okay, I was a little bit extreme on this one. I won't go too extreme. I'm just going to be a little more moderate. Perfect. Next thing I'll do is sample this darker color, and I want to use the sim brush to just kind of add life to this. Maybe make it even a smaller stroke, and then just kind of do this. And maybe I should make it now darker and try to then follow the edges with it. Perfect, guys. So I like what we have here. Might not be as dramatic as the one here, but I think this will suffice. Next, we select our selection tool. Okay, and then click out of our draw inside function. Now the next thing is to select the other part of the hair and then draw inside. And if you do want to add more drawings or more painting to the ones we have done already, all you need to do is just come and double click. So when you double click, you get inside the shape, and now you can maybe add more drawings. Okay, so that's the way to add more drawings or edit what you have done. Perfect. So just click and click, and you are now out of the shape. So select our next shape and draw inside. Take our brush and start to draw. Maybe make this darker, and then use the stroke size like this, and even maybe this. Let's try to draw. Let's compare with what we have here. Okay, let's continue our drawing. Let's just brighten up. Sample this guy. Sample our main drawing and just brighten it up a bit so as to add sorry, Ctrl Z, Shift X. Let's give it this stroke. Dot. One thing you can do is just keep selecting back the two. So when you select back the two, you can put the stroke size, and it's going to now work in case you are experiencing some of the problems I'm experiencing here. Perfect. So we have the shadows, we have the midtones, and we have the highlights. We could even create another layer of highlights, make this brighter again, and just maybe change the brush to this one. Okay, then make this brighter and select your stroke size, and yeah, now we have another layer of highlights, brighter highlights. Okay, so that's the way to add shade, or that's the way to kind of shade your or color your artwork. So you have to have the highlights, the midtones, and the shadows. Okay, maybe I should add more shadows to this point. So and select your eyedropper tool, take your paint, and do this. Okay, we can even make our stroke smaller, maybe 0.15 rather. Okay, and it's even way thinner, way smaller. Perfect. Now we can go out of our shape, select the pen tool, and go to the next shape. Now this is the next shape, and draw inside your brush tool, select your brush preset. Maybe we do Shift X and kind of remove the stroke. Okay, and select your brush once more, and just give it that look you want, 0.25, and darken it up and start to paint. Perfect. I'm going to leave it like this. I'm not going to do too much here. So go out of the shape, select the next shape, go inside, and Shift X, select your brush, select your guy here, and then give it the stroke size you want. Okay, it turned out that I double clicked the brush tool and it brought out this options, but I'm not going to edit anything. I'm just going to continue my painting. Okay, so I'm going to take a darker shade, and then I forgot to change my stroke size, maybe 1.5. Okay, and just draw it out like this. Maybe even 0.1, and draw it out like this. Perfect. Perfect. I like this guy here. And the next thing is to paint the neck, right? This is the neck, and select your guy and go inside, select your paint, brush tool, select your preset, change the size and start to draw. Alright, I want to make this even smaller, 0.15. Okay, and I want to kind of create the shadow beneath the head so that the head will pop out. Okay, maybe something like this. So really guys, you can just use one brush for this. You can use one brush for this, for everything. You can use one brush for everything, but in order to add flavor to the whole thing, of course you can use multiple brushes. So I'm just going to sample my color and get a brighter shade and select my brush, give it 0.15 and paint, 0.15 and paint. Perfect. Now let's go out of the tool and now let's work on the big guy here. That's the shirt. Okay, so select your guy, go inside, select your pen tool, select your brush preset and change the brush size. Okay, and right away you can start painting. Because I'm going to just undo and I'm just going to start to paint like this. Maybe this color is too shouty, so I'm just going to sample this guy here, Shift X to bring it to the stroke and just darken the color a bit in B. To go back to my brush tool and choose the size 0.25, and I want something more intense, right? So I'm going to choose this guy here, select this guy here, this guy here, give it 0.25 and continue. So I'm just going to kind of focus on making this part very subtle. It won't be shouty, it's just going to be subtle. Remember, we have it kind of looking subtle at this point. Okay, we even have the bulk of the shadows around here. So I'm kind of making a mistake with my painting. Or maybe we can just leave them here and have other ones here also. Not bad. So I'm even going to maybe make this darker and then paint here also. So this kind of outlines the breast. Okay. So I'm just going to choose this brush here to add flavor to the whole thing. Okay, so we don't just have a specific brush, just one brush. I'm going to, okay, sorry, I'm going to use my brush here. Okay, just Control Z, and I try to have the bigger ones around here. Perfect. Good. So I like everything green so far. Go out of your shape and select the next shape. I'd like us to work on the breast. So remember, we have breast stroke and then the breast shape. The shape has no stroke. Okay, so it's the shape we are going to be drawing on. So select the shape, go inside, select your brush tool, select your preset, and select the stroke size, and then just I didn't sample my color. Sample your color, B, and then paint the hell out of it. Yep. I'm going to be undoing some of the painting here. I don't want them to exceed this part because they will look cut out. So my system is experiencing some slowness, and that's very common when it comes to painting with these kind of brushes. Okay, so I'm just going to take my brush tool and continue painting like I've been doing. Perfect. So I kind of like what we have so far. Select your selection tool, go out of the tool, go out of the shape rather, and we are doing something really good here. And I must say I forgot to paint around this part of the shape, because the hand will definitely be casting shadows on the bodies and it has to reflect here, right? So just double click and go back into the shape, select your pen tool. Since I didn't go back into the shape, so select the shape and double click to go back, select your pen tool. Let's continue painting. I think we need to reduce the size. Okay, let's keep painting like this. Also like this. Maybe we make it even bigger, make the strokes even bigger. Yeah, and this should work, it should suffice. So let's go out of our shape and see what we achieved. Yeah, I kind of like what we have so far. Perfect. Next thing to do will be to select the next shape and go inside. Then select your pen tool, your brush tool, Shift X, and darken your color a bit. Okay, and paint. And undo and just give it a tiny stroke. Just paint. Just paint and paint and paint. Let's kind of blend things here. Good. Sorry, I overdid it, and so just dock my workspace back and kind of undo the last one, and yeah, I think I like what I have so far, and I won't do more, or maybe I'll just add one more layer of amazingness. Okay, one more layer of shadows. Okay, so let's maybe choose this other brush and select the guy here and just sorry, the keyboard is messing up. Select the guy here and just paint around the edges, okay, to create more shadows. I'll just stop here. I won't go lower because I'll then need to go inside into the body shape to blend it, or maybe I should just do it. Okay, just do it. Okay, so go into the body shape and kind of use the tool here. Sorry. To make it look like this. Okay, so go out of the shape, and yeah, we now have the perfect blend here. So I'm done with the body and the hands. My next target would be this hands here. So select the guy and go inside the shape, and then the brush tool and Shift X and select the paintbrush preset and change the stroke, and yeah, maybe brighten it up or darken it up a bit, and just start messing around with your shape like this. Start painting. Okay, maybe choose this more intense brush. Okay, and perfect. And then I would like to brighten it up. Maybe sample my color and then Shift X, kind of brighten it up like this. So this guy, and maybe we choose the scanty one, and then this one here. Okay, so I'm just going to leave the whole thing like this, like what we have so far. So go out of the shape and select the next shape. This is the next shape. I shifted it a bit, so Ctrl Z. So I'm feeling we should work on the second hand. Okay, that's this guy. I think we should work here, work on this guy. So what I am going to do is I'm going to just work on the drawing first. Just going to sorry, maybe delete this guy and delete this guy, and select this guy and create the curve like this. Perfect. And select this guy too and create the curve like this. Perfect. And finally select the guy and go into the shape, select your brush, Shift X, sample the color and take it make it darker, and yeah, select your brush and select your stroke size. So sorry guys, I double clicked the brush tool again and I don't need to double click, so I just okay, and then let's start to draw or to paint, right? Perfect. I'm going to brighten up my color a bit. Brighten up my color. I to sample, Shift X, and just brighten up my color a bit. And blue and B for brush, and just kind of paint here. Sorry, I need to reduce the stroke size. 0.02, and then brush. Maybe make it even more brighter. Okay, and maybe the stroke size to 0.15, and then yeah, see that we're achieving better highlights, right? Perfect. Yeah, and I kind of like what we have so far. So and I kind of feel like darkening this part up more so that we have the highlights kind of in the middle. Okay, so and I'm going to do that right now. So I hit I, select the dark guys here. Okay, sample the dark guys here and hit B for brush to continue painting. I'm going to, of course, reduce the stroke size 0.15, and then I'm just going to paint around the edges like this. Perfect. So go outside the shape, and yeah, I like what we have so far. Now the next guy is this guy. This is the big guy. To select the big guy, and I can see that we are not able to go inside the shape. It turns out that the big guy is a group. It turns out that the big guy is a group. So let's try to ungroup it and see. Yeah, so now we can go inside the shape. Okay, Control Z. So now we can go inside the shape. So go inside the shape, and then take your brush tool, Shift X, and make the color a bit darker. Okay, and then select your brush, reduce the size, and we can begin painting. Maybe we should make the size bigger. We need to undo some of the drawings here, some of the paintings here, and make the size 0.5. Let's see. Yeah, I like 0.5, so we're going to work with 0.5. We're going to work with 0.5 for now. Maybe we're going to reduce it, and we are trying to paint some other more intricate parts, right? I'm going to keep painting. If you like, you can use other brush presets, but I'm just going to stick with this one. Okay, I just want to get this done quickly so the video doesn't become unnecessarily long. Okay, so I'm going to reduce the stroke size because I want to paint places like this. I want to add some shadows in places like this. I'm just going to kind of add my shadows so as to make this part stand out, right? You get the point. Like what we have so far, and maybe I'll just add another level of shadows. Okay, maybe make the tint darker, make it darker, so as to have better shadows at the edges. Maybe even make it more dark. Okay, just so that the edges can stand out. This. So one other thing, guys, I need to create a clear demarcation between these two legs. Okay, so I need to demarcate them with a more precise brush. So select the guy, give it the color in, and you know what, I think I will just use a smaller stroke size, 0.15, and just kind of do like this. Might not be really perfect because it's interfering with this other part of the drawing, but you know what, we don't have to make it too precise, right? So we can just come towards here, maybe just come towards here and paint. Just undoing. You know what, I'm just going to use my brush here, this brush. I'm just going to use it to I just need to undo for now and change the stroke size, and then select my brush, this stroke size. I'm just going to just make a subtle, make it subtle. Okay, just make it subtle. I'm just going to make it subtle. Good. I think this will work better. This will work better. Perfect. Maybe we can just build up like this, build up into these other parts of the leg in a subtle manner. Okay. Perfect. Now we are left with this other part of the leg. So go out of the shape, select the guy, go inside the shape, select your paint brush tool, select this guy here, select your stroke size, and begin to paint. For this one, maybe a little bit of darkness, a little bit of more darkness will do, so as to differentiate this guy from this guy, right? When we do this, we can see that we now have kind of a shadow casting on the leg behind, and that's the kind of effect we should have achieved here, but it's not still bad. Okay, so just select the brush once more. Now let's make the painting more subtle now as we build up to the end of the leg. Okay, we're going to select my eyedropper tool and try to sample one of these brighter shades. Okay, and then brush and paint. Yeah, and I kind of like what we have so far. So go out of the shape and let's do the legs, these legs. Okay, so select the leg, go inside, select the brush tool, Shift X, and make it darker. Select your brush and the brush size and paint. Good, guys. So I'm going to leave this one like this. Go out of the shape, select the next guy, this guy, go inside the shape and brush tool, Shift X, make it darker. Select your guy here, give it a smaller stroke size, and let's paint. Good. Now we're done with the character. The only parts left are the marks here. So select the guy, go inside the shape, select your pen tool, Shift X, make it darker, and select the brush preset and make this darker and paint. Maybe even make it bigger, 0.5. Okay, and yeah, paint. We need to make this shadow stand out so that our shape will stand out, right? Perfect. For this next guy, we need to select the guy, go inside the shape, Shift X, make this maybe even darker. Okay, select the paint brush preset and then the stroke size, right, and then brush size. Yeah, let's do something like this, like this, like this. Maybe we select the more intense brush, maybe change the size to 0.15 and kind of make more intense painting around the middle shape. Yeah, I like what we have. And towards the end, we can actually make our shape brighter. Maybe sample the bright color, Shift X, then make the shape brighter, make the shade brighter. Sorry, select your guy back and then give it a stroke, desired stroke, So sorry guys, I tend to keep double clicking the brush tool. Okay, and I don't want to make any changes, so I'll just cancel. Then select your stroke size and then paint. Yeah, paint. Just paint around the edges like this. Yes guys, so that will be the end for this shape. So go out of the shape, select the next shape. With this one we are going to use the same brush, Shift X, and make the stroke even darker. Select the brush, give it a stroke, a smaller stroke, and then paint. Perfect. Select the selection tool, go out of your shape, select the next guy, and go into the shape, select your brush tool, select your brush preset, select the size for the stroke, and then make this darker, and then paint. It's too dark, so I will just undo and kind of sample my color, Shift X, and then make it a little bit darker, and then paint. Sorry, and then paint. See now my stroke is big now, so paint. Right. You know what? I'm just going to paint all around like this, and then come and darken my color so as to be precise in the middle, and then just select this guy and so as to be precise in the middle, right? This, maybe even reduce my size, and then paint it like this. Good. Now the next one is to work on this last guy, or this last bag. So select the guy, go into the shape, your pen, your brush tool, Shift X, and make the stroke darker. Select your brush. Okay, select your brush, and then select the stroke size, paint. Needs to be more intense at the end so as to differentiate it with the white bag. Perfect. Now just go out of your shape, or maybe just brighten the color. Maybe I to isolate to sample, Shift X, and brighten the color up a bit. B, the brush, and let's just paint. Perfect. Now go out of your shape, select the last shape, and go inside, brush, Shift X, darken it up a bit. Okay, select your guy here, use this guy, or maybe even use the smaller one so we can focus on the middle, and just paint in the middle. Paint like this, paint like this, and paint like this. Okay, so sample the main color, Shift X, make it even brighter, B, and paint. Sorry, my stroke size needs to be sorry, I double clicked the brush again. So select and stroke size needs to be small. When I zoom in, we can see that we are, make this 1.5. You can see that we are having some nice highlights here. And basically that's it. I don't want to do too much here. Basically that's it. I docked it out again, so I'm just going to dock it in. Okay, now select your shape, or sorry, your selection tool, and go out of your shape. Perfect. Now we're completely done with our character, and we can see the details we've been able to add. Very beautiful shadows and highlights. Now the next thing left is to do the flower vase here and the flowers, and then maybe do that background. And in order to just keep this video short, I will ask you to complete the remaining, so you get the point. And of course you've gotten the steps. You just have to select the guy, go inside the shape, select your brush tool, select your brush preset, change the stroke size, and then paint. Okay, so you then do these leaves, do the leaves, and do the flower vase. Right, so I'm just going to import the one I did with the background. Okay, what I did with the background, so you can see how the background should look like. Perfect. So this is the one with the background. I'm just going to scale it up a bit, and you can see what I did here. I just created this shape, okay, and we had the main background as this color. So you are going to be responsible for creating the shape also, and then just painting in the shape, in the two shapes, right, just like we did here. So all the files will be made available to you, and I would like to see what you can come up with. And with this, we've come to the end of this lecture, so see you in the next one.